we have been moving from one venue to another. You would remember that when we started on Tuesday, we were at the NCOP chambers. And yesterday we were at Good Hope chambers. Today we are here at Max Building M46. The apologies are for Honorable Sangoni, who is on parliamentary commitments in Ghana, West Africa. Honorable Malema is not here this week due to organizational commitments of his party.
Chair, Pala Concord March.
And then Honorable Mkhwanazi is not here, is on parliamentary oversight, is a chairperson of a committee of the National Assembly. Honorable Topa and Honorable Vessels are out this week on academic commitments. Honorable Sols is going to join the proceedings later. And Honorable Ngola is a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Justice. They have a meeting which started this morning. He will join us thereafter. Is there any other apology that I would not have recorded? Yes, I think I have. I have read all the apologies, and now we can proceed. Or is there anything you want to say, Honorable Breitenbach?
I was just checking that you, in fact, remembered that Honorable Malema was away with Pala Pala.
He's working for Palapa. Is that what you are saying?
No, we're having a shutdown at the Concord due to the non-release of the Concord Pala judgment that we took there almost 100 years ago, Chair.
Okay.
You are on your own. The TA is no longer with you on Pala. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, for me, it's order, Honorable Matthias. Chair, for me, it's just
Honorable
one.
Skosana and Honorable Matthias, do you want me to say stand up? Honorable James?
I think, Chair, for me, it's just a concern with regards to catering. Like you rightfully said this morning, the media plays a very important role in keeping South Africans connected to what is happening. The support staff, our parliamentary support staff, everyone is part of this process, and they play an equal role to the success of what is happening here. It cannot be that some of them get told, you can't eat, you must wait, this is only for the MPs. How are we going to fix that? It really doesn't make me feel okay having to dish and eat when people are standing against the wall, being told that you can only queue and get food if there is enough, if there's left. When we started these meetings, there was lavish food out there, there was salmon and stuff. Now it seems like we're on a low budget and people are being told now they can't eat. So can we please just treat everyone in this room, everyone that is supporting us equally? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Members. We really can't discuss about food on cameras. My hand, Chair, is up for this reason. This morning, we wrote a letter to the Senior Council as the MK party, requesting for him to request documents from the NDPP. When the NDPP was here, she made an undertaking that she's going to provide us, she will furnish us with documents in relation to the arrest of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and the reasons for the withdrawal of charges against him in 2017-2018. The reason why we're putting this on record, Chair, is because last week, I think on the 11th or on the 10th of November, we wrote a letter to the Senior Council requesting him to direct Advocate Johnson, the IDEC boss, to provide us with documents in relation to the arrest of Mr. Khumalo. Until today, we have not been given that information, let alone an update of whether we're getting those documents or not. This information will help us, Chair, to posture the manner in which we question witnesses who will come after we've received the information. So it is very important as a matter of urgency to us, and we're so worried that there is no interaction between us and the council in that regard. He only ended by acknowledging our email, and it ended there. So that is why we're putting it on the record.
Okay. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have to take these matters very seriously. Otherwise, we'll be regarded as, that we are only for optics. We are here. We are not serious. We need to have those witnesses. They must comply. They must send us this information, and for us, for even those witnesses who are still coming here, for them to know that the people of South Africa needs to know the truth. As we have seen yesterday, even worse now that Paul O'Sullivan is a loose cannon. So please, let's just try to get those
Let me
information.
plead with you
Thank you, Chair.
not to debate the matter, but just to reinforce what he said. Honorable Mathis.
Chair, it goes back to thank you, Chair. It goes back to what we raised yesterday about the issue of resources in this committee, and it's costing us. And I think you need to take us into confidence about what are the meetings that are going on with you and the Speaker and the Chair of Chairs and the whippery of Parliament or whoever is responsible for releasing money, because we cannot continue the way we are as a committee dealing with the matter of national security, and we do not have resources to be able to do that. It's wrong. We even have to delay now because this team of ours is not beefed up. We cannot expect them to do the level of work that this committee requires with the number. It's not possible. So it's not even a reflection on them as evidence leaders, is that they do not have sufficient resources. We don't even have a forensic investigator, even one. So, Chair, I think this is the time, or I don't know if you're going to schedule a meeting, because that meeting is long overdue on what is going on. Why is the Speaker and whoever is responsible not releasing money to this committee? It is here in Parliament, Chair, where we appropriate budgets. We cannot be told that we don't have money to produce a proper report and findings at the end of this process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let me say this to you, honorable members. When the committee does its work, there will be matters which will come about, and committee members may request further information from the witnesses that appear before us. And I hear the honorable members from the MKP that they have written to you, and I want us to make to do is this way, honorable members. When you write to the legal team, also forward that information to the chairperson, so that it becomes a committee matter. Yeah, and then we will be able to follow it up. The two cases are very serious, together with other decisions that the committee would have taken or will take from time to time. Maybe what we just need to do on the part of the committee secretariat is to have a record of those decisions that would have been taken and the information that will be requested. and have a decisions tracker on how those decisions are being implemented and the follow-ups that should be made. I agree with what you have raised, Honorable Nomvalo. It's very important. It will impact very significantly on the work that we do as the committee. And any member of this committee who feels that there is a gray area that needs to be clarified, you are welcome to do so. Because we are probing allegations that have been made. We can't half-bake our work where we think that information has not been forthcoming. We have a right to do these follow-ups. So I may not say you must respond now. Maybe somewhere during break, you can just, if you have the answers, tell us what steps have been taken to get that information. Yeah, and the matters that you raise, Honorable Mathis, the Chief Whip is here. The Chief Whip is here. They are the leadership of this parliament. They hear you, and it's not that those matters have not been raised with the authorities, but are not matters for discussion now. Less than 30 seconds.
Going to be less than 30. I just want to remind the committee that we need to make contact now with the AG to get the reports and those files of the PKTT done. So we also don't have another delay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's on our decision tracker and if there's been any progress
Yeah,
made on that.
that will also be helpful when we go to the hearings with the CFO next week. We should have, because the report is ready. The AG's report is ready because it's for the previous. Oh, it's not yet ready because it's 2024. Yeah, but they can check if they were doing real-time audit. Yeah, they will check what work has been done around that. And then we should get a report. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's see. We have done the apologies. May you please confirm that the guest that we have greeted here is the witness that we expected here today.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, everyone present. May I request my colleague, Ms. Advocate Sikalala, to do the honors today. She'll also be leading the evidence of General Fani. Thank you.
Malibongwe. Igama lama nkosikazi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee members. Before us today, we have Lieutenant-General Dr. Molefe Fani. Chair, could I kindly request that you swear him in?
Okay. Lieutenant-General Dr. Molefe Fani. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. We have welcomed you to today's proceedings. Before we start with the leading of evidence, we must administer oath. And let me make the following to you before we take you through the oath. That you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigate allegations that were made by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Lieutenant-General Mkhwanazi. You have been invited to provide information to help the ad hoc committee in its oversight work as it investigates, amongst others, the following allegations: the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, SAPS, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as the political interference in the work of the SAPS. General Fani, in extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to provide any document that you are expected to produce in connection with the subject matter. In connection with the subject matter of inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Lieutenant General Fani, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You will be required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give shall be the truth. What do you elect, Lieutenant General Fani, oath or affirmation?
I'll take the oath.
If you take the oath, you will follow me as I dictate. May you please say "I" and state your full names.
I, Molefe Isaac Fani,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much, Advocate Zikalala and Lieutenant General Fani. It is your time now. I want to wish you good luck.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start our discussion, Lieutenant General Dr. Fani, I want to deal with just a few housekeeping matters. Committee members, before you should have a witness statement bundle, which encompasses his witness statement and annexures. And then you should have separately before you also an exhibit bundle that's about 20 pages. And those are the three bundles that we will work through together. Good morning again, Lieutenant General Dr. Fani. You hold two designations. You're both Lieutenant General and you're a doctor. Just for purposes of your evidence this morning, I wanted to find out how you would like for us to address you.
Anyhow it pleases the House.
would it then be appropriate if we referred to you as General Fani in the same way that we've referred to other lieutenant generals that have been before the committee? And maybe let me then start from there. You have the designation of doctor. Can you tell us where you obtained your doctorate?
I obtained my doctorate at Da Vinci Business School.
Say that again.
Da Vinci Business School.
At Da Vinci Business School. And what is your doctorate in?
I did my doctorate in management of innovation and technology with specialization in strategy management.
Thank you very much. Dr. Fani, you've been called before this committee to be able to assist us in relation to, in particular, 2 of the terms of reference. And so if you were to go to your witness statement at paragraph 3, page 3, we, in your witness statement, you outline at paragraph 7, 7.1 and 7.2, the 2 terms of reference that you will be speaking to in particular in relation to the procurement and alleged procurement irregularities regarding the healthcare contract that was eventually granted to Mr. Matlala's company, that is at 7.1, and at 7.2 in relation to other procurement-related matters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thanks. So just to kick us off, could you give us your background in relation to your professional background and how you find yourself in the position that you are today?
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I started my career as an engineer. I did chemical engineering. And I worked initially as a researcher, and then I moved into operations, into production, into project management. I joined ESCOM. In ESCOM, I occupied various positions, started off as the engineer, moved to being an operations support manager. Later on, I transitioned into procurement. That's where I started my procurement career at Grootvlei Power Station in Mpumalanga. I left ESCOM and I joined CSIR. I was with ESCOM for 13 years. I moved to CSIR. I was there for 5 years, purely in a procurement environment. I then applied for a job in Gauteng as the policy coordinator, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, as the policy coordinator. I was then seconded to go to procurement to assist the person that was leading procurement in that space. Moved to a Central Energy Fund under AEMFC, where I was also group procurement manager for the mining company, so wholly owned by government. I then moved to National Treasury as a chief director, responsible for transversal contracting. And the last year of my stay at National Treasury, just over a year, I was the acting chief procurement officer. And when the opportunity presented itself at the South African Police Service, I then applied for a job where I am currently as the Divisional Commissioner responsible for supply chain management and assets.
Thank you, General Fani. Just to confirm, you joined the South African Police Services in and around August of 2022?
The 1st of August of 2022, yes.
So you've roughly been in this position for just a little over 3 years?
Just over 3 years.
And you are the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain Management?
Correct.
I just want to refer the committee to the organizational structure, which is in the annexure bundle at page 10. It's annexure MF2. In relation to your direct reporting lines on annexure MF2, Are you there? So this is the organizational structure within the SAPS in relation to your division, which is the procurement one. And you are the block just immediately below the National Commission. That's the position that you hold.
That's correct.
And below you, the rest of the supply chain services then would fall. Is that
didn't get
correct? I was saying then below you, the rest of the supply chain heads and various components within the supply chain department then report to you.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. So in relation to your evidence, before we get into the details of the contract that was eventually awarded to Mr. Matala, I thought it might be of assistance if you were to take the committee through the usual process within which procurement is done within the SAPS. Just take us through the various steps that will follow. And so I'm going to ask you to turn to about paragraph 13 of your witness statement. Let me know when you're there.
I'm on 13. It's not the procurement process, it's the BAC process.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair. The
That's the section that's headed the SAPS procurement framework.
That's on page 6 of the
Yes, on
statement.
page 6.
Thank you very much.
So just at a high level, your witness statement already details how the procurement process within the SAPS, but if you could take us maybe through a step-by-step of how kind of the initiation of procurement projects up until we get to contract signing. Maybe we can take each step at a time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like to start by indicating that the procurement policy or the national instruction that governs procurement within the South African Police Service stems from the National Treasury regulations that are promulgated in line with PFMA. And within the South African Police Service, we've got the national instruction. The national instruction gives us a method and methodology of how procurement will take form and shape within the departments. Working together with the national instruction is the delegation of authority document. The delegation of authority would then clarify some of the delegations that are given in the policy if they are not expressly indicated in the policy. Governed with that or coupled with that is the appointments with regards to delegation by the accounting officer, giving specific delegations to functionaries within the organization. So procurement process typically starts with the compilation of the procurement process, a procurement plan. The procurement plan is normally put together and submitted to National Treasury around March, April of each year. The procurement plan indicates all the procurement needs that exist within the organization and the needs that needs to be satisfied through a tender process. Any other need that has to be satisfied through a quotation process would follow a different process, which is also indicated in the procurement policy of the South African Police Service. Now, the policy of South African Police Service differs from all other, but they are all aligned to all other organs of states, but they are all aligned to National Treasury prescripts. Now, once the need has been quantified and has been put in the plan, various environments in compliance to the policy would then activate procurement needs individually. Just for an example, this health risk contract was or had prominence in the procurement plan and was activated by the end user that the procurement process must start.
Just for clarification, so you're saying that the current contract that we are concerned with, the health risk management contract, that was initially reflected in the procurement plan, and that contract was initiated by the end user. And can you confirm that the end user was the Division Human Resource Management?
I can confirm that it was, yes.
Okay. So just for orientation, we are at about now paragraph 17 of your witness statement. Okay, so once the end user has now indicated that they would like a particular good procured, what is then the next step?
Once the need has been activated, we then assemble a team that would look at the bid specification, because we need to have quantification of the specification.
Okay.
Now,
Just General Fani, just for purposes of committee members, in the exhibit bundle, there's intended to be a flow diagram that shows the various committees that are involved. Unfortunately, it didn't print properly, so there is now a loose leaf that indicates the various committees involved. So what we are now starting with is a discussion about the bid specification committee. You can take it from there.
thank you very much. The bid specification committee's responsibilities is twofold. One would be to confirm the existing spec, its relevance, or to craft a new specification for the acquisition of the goods and the services that are required, as identified in the procurement plan or as identified by the need that's activated.
So just in trying to use maybe a bit more layman language, when we talk about, identifying the particular spec, this is essentially the committee that says you want to procure a particular item. This is the various requirements that must be in the item. If you could give us an example of just how that specification or process is done, just,
Right. Each need would follow a unique process depending on the type of need that has been identified. For an example, if you're looking for an existing component for an existing product, you would then have to craft the specification for the product that you are looking for. If it is for a service, it will also take a different form whatsoever. There are some of the services that would require additional mandatory requirements, such as if you're buying health products, you would then have to have SAPRA accreditation or other types of accreditations that are required.
Okay. So, for example, this is the committee, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong. This is the committee that says, if I'm procuring skipping ropes, there's skipping ropes that will be made of leather, or will they be made of material? Those kind of requirements. That's what the committee will essentially be specifying, those details for people who want to bid.
Correct. We would then have to prompt in terms of what the need was. Remember, the acquisition of a product would be to satisfy a need. It could be a means to satisfaction of the need. We need to establish what the need is and how we will satisfy that need. So the bid specification committee will then look at the how product or the how the need would be satisfied.
Thank you. How is that committee then composed?
The committee is, we as the procurement, once the end user nominate, or once the user indicate to us that they have a need for a goods or a service, we will then write to them and ask them to nominate members to serve in the committee. It is a practice in South African Police Service, and it is stipulated in the policy that the divisional commissioner in that space, because of their delegation in terms of finance accountability, they would be the ones that commit the division in terms of the need is required and that there are funds available for the acquisition of that goods or service. They will then nominate individuals to serve in the bid specification committee. The component head responsible for demand will then also nominate individuals from procurement space to also serve in the bid specification committee. And that nominations will be combined, and sent to me for approval as the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain.
Okay, and what I understood you to be saying is that in respect of the health risk contract, the end user would have nominated the individuals who would have sat on the bid specification committee from human resource development, because that's are the people who are from that environment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then thereafter, they would have sent those nominations, which include people from that environment as well as from supply chain. They would have sent those nominations to you in order for you to approve those. So the names of the people who are eventually on the committee are approved by you.
The end user sends nominations to the component head of demand, who consolidates and sends to me for approval.
Thank you.
Correct.
All right. And then so after this bid specification committee has completed their process, I think in terms of the flow, the kind of very simplistic flow chart, then the tender is advertised. Is that correct?
We have other quality assurance steps that we have put into place within our procurement process, and it makes prominence in the policy as well. We do have a pre-advertisement committee that sits. It is a committee within the component procurement. Their function is to look at the relevance, the accuracy, fairness, and whether the tender would be equitable when sent, and that there is no issues of brand preference or any segregation of any type with regards to that. Basically, they're looking at the legalities that should be embedded in the tender process, and then the tender would be advertised.
Okay, thank you. So can we then move in relation to the next very important committee, which is the bid evaluation committee? Can you then take us through what is the role of the bid evaluation committee? Just for purposes of orientation, we're on page 10 of your witness statement, starting from paragraph 24. But if you can just talk us through the role and the functions of the bid evaluation committee.
The functions of the bid evaluation committee, also clearly stipulated in the procurement policy, indicate, among others, but might not be exhaustive, because members of the bid evaluation committee are expected to do due diligence beyond what is stipulated in the procurement policy, but within the confines of the law. They need to make sure that whether the responding suppliers complied with the applicable bid specifications or conditions of tender, capabilities or abilities of the bidder are there to execute the contract. Issues of tax compliance and needs to be taken into. We also have other government initiatives such as NEP that needs to be taken care of. We also they have to look at whether the standard bidding documents have been completed and they have been accurately completed in line with the guidelines provided by National Treasury for the completeness of the bid specifications committee. They also need to do other checks, legislative checks, such as to make sure that the in-service status of the owners of the bidder are in order. What I mean by that, they need to check that the owners of the companies are not working for government. They also have to go and check whether the supplier or the bidder has not been restricted by National Treasury. They also have to check whether the owners of the company have not been restricted to do business with government by National Treasury. There is a process and a way to do those checks. Those are among other things that they're doing. But finally, when they are done, they have to compile a comprehensive report to the bid adjudication committee nominating a supplier. Either nominating the supplier, in this instance, they were nominating a supplier to be appointed, or not nominating any supplier if there's no successful bidder that could be nominated at the end of that evaluation process.
Okay. So the bid evaluation committee, and I guess the clue is in the name, that they're the ones that evaluate the bids that are subsequently then given in order to eventually make a recommendation. So they do the evaluation, but they ultimately only make a recommendation in the report that goes on to the bid adjudication committee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then the last committee that we want to speak about is the bid adjudication committee. Can you confirm you are the chairperson of the bid adjudication committee?
Correct.
All right. And at Annexure Bundle, page 348, you let me know when you're there.
I am there.
At Annexure Bundle, page 348, this would be your appointment, as I understand, from the National Commissioner in order to serve on the bid adjudication committee.
Correct.
And it then sets out your roles and responsibilities. In that case, in your case, it's to chair the BAC meetings. It also says to strive to be punctual for meetings. But at 3.3, it also talks to the fact that you are required to assess the recommendations of the bid evaluation committee and determine whether to support or not support the award of the tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
At 3.5, your bid adjudication committee, which you chair, then has the power to be able to make recommendations on various things like deviations, contract extensions, variation orders. And at 3.6, it states that your committee, the BAC, is required to ensure that all necessary documents have been submitted. 3.7, disqualifications are justified. 3.8, scoring has been fair, consistent, and correctly calculated. And 3.9, ensure that bidders have declared interests.
Correct.
And over the page, the BAC is required to ensure that the evaluation was done according to the advertised criteria, and also has the power to request the bid evaluation committee to make any kind of reconsideration of their submissions if required. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And so ultimately, and the bid adjudication committee is the committee that makes the final award.
Correct. In line with the delegated authority by the accounting officer.
Yes. And is this the delegated authority, or is there another document that you wanted to refer to?
No. In terms of this, to make awards, it makes prominence in exactly the same document. 3.4, award as delegated by the accounting officer.
Correct. And can you confirm that your committee has been delegated, or you have been delegated to make an award?
The committee has been delegated to make the award.
Thank you. And then what is then the last step that follows from there?
Once the committee has received a report and they have satisfied themselves that all the requirements have been met, and that this supplier or this bid can be awarded, then the bid adjudication committee then signs, all the members signs in agreement. Should there be anyone that has a different opinion, that would make prominence in the minutes. We take the minutes, and we also take the recording of the discussions, so that we make sure that the form is signed by everybody, the minutes are captured, and they are approved accordingly, and the recording is kept accordingly. Then the engagement with the supplier would be the supplier that has been awarded by the BIC would then be notified of the award. And in terms of delegation of authority document, the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain, who is myself, is approved to sign the contract with the winning bidder. And once the bidder starts the work, or before the bidder starts the work, whichever is applicable or is convenient, the end user, if necessary, will then have a service level agreement entered into, which will regulate the relationship between the winning bidder and the operational environment, in making sure that the performance of the contract from both ends is seamless, and that the service is received accordingly.
Thank you, General Fani. So I'd like to be able to turn then specifically to the health risk services contract. Just briefly, can you outline what the health risk management services contract tender was essentially for? What services were being procured with this tender?
The health risks, this contract has quite a number of layers and services that are required to be delivered by this supplier. They are supposed to screen new employees. They are required to screen existing employees for issues such as ill health, terminations, or medical unfit. They are also required to do any other services that are related to the health of the employee within the South African Police Service as contracted in this contract. There's quite a number of I've just condensed all the services, but it's basically got to do with all the issues related to new sign-ins, all issues related to current employees, all related issues, health issues related to service termination, ill health issues, or any other health risk issues within the South African Police Service.
Yes. And is my understanding correct that this would have had to have been a service provider that was either in the medical space, being able to do the various assessments and tests and so on, to be able to render the services? So as I understand it, and you'll correct me, the previous service provider was Metropolitan, and that this is normally a service that is bid for by entities that are in the medical space or can provide health services.
The determination of what would be a qualifying criteria for any supplier to provide goods or services within the South African Police Service is determined by the end users. So the end users in the bid specification have crafted what would qualify a supplier to provide the goods and services. In that bid specification committee, we had end users or end user representatives that operate in that space, and they have crafted that bid specification. We as procurement are supposed to ensure that the procurement process to acquire those goods and services is in line with the policy that we have within the South African Police Service. And the end user had provided us with the specification, and we published according to that specification.
So just at page 17, paragraph 42, you detail the relevant chronology in relation to how this tender eventually unfolded. So the initiation of the process began on the 8th of November 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, for the needs, there may have been other steps prior to that where we write to each other to ask that they submit nominations and submit spec and that, but the actual satisfaction, starting of the satisfaction of the need started on the 8th of November of 2023 with the bid specification process.
Okay. And then can you take us over and just take us through the various steps that have been taken?
Okay, the high-level steps that also took place in this regards, on the 16th of January of 2024, we had the pre-advertisement meeting was held. As I have indicated earlier, this is a quality assurance group that assists us with making sure that the bid spec response is accurate and that we would not have unfairly excluded others by virtue of crafting of the spec. The bid on the 31st of January, the bid was published on the SAPS website and e-tender. On the 8th of February, we had a compulsory briefing session. The briefing session is mainly to ensure that the prospective bidders come and ask as many questions as they wish to clarify any matter that they may not have understood so that we get a responsive bidder at the end of the day. On the 19th of February, the bid was closed. Only 22 bids were received, and Medicare 24 Tshwane district was one of those bids that were received. On
just to pause there. So 22 bids were received.
yes,
One of the bids that was received was from Medicare 24 Tshwane district, which is the company that was essentially owned by Mr. Matlala.
correct.
Correct. Can you then continue?
On the 29th of April of 2024, the bid evaluation committee, having conducted the evaluation process, then prepared a report recommending the appointment of Medicare 24 Tshwane district on May of 2024.
So the bid evaluation committee sat and then prepared its report. We are going to go and have a look at the report a little later, but ultimately, following an evaluation process, the bid evaluation committee essentially then recommended to the bid adjudication committee that Medicare 24 Tshwane district must be appointed.
Yes.
Okay. And so you can take it now from May 2024.
May 2024, I believe that the chairperson of the committee, this committee, wrote to the National Commissioner prior to May 2024. The date I don't have, but it should be there in the response by the National Commissioner,
Okay.
where the National Commissioner was asked as to whether Mr. Sunil Belucham, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, apologies if I'm not, from IDEC, had contacted him, asking him about the issues of Medicare 24 Tshwane. The National Commissioner then contacted a functionary or an official in supply chain.
General Fani, maybe to assist you, can I ask the committee, can you turn to Annexure MF6? So the context to this request for information that's at MF6 is that when the National Commissioner gave evidence, he indicated that when the tender was being adjudicated, that he received a call from a member from IDAC warning that there was a company called that was linked to Mr. Matlala that was bidding for the contract. And so what is at Annexure MF6 is the responses, the further responses from the National Commissioner following his engagement with the evidence leaders. And just to recap, the responses from the National Commissioner says that he was contacted by a gentleman from IDAC called Mr. Sunil Belichan in and around May 2024. So just in terms of the timeline we're talking about, this is after the bid evaluation committee has completed the evaluation, but before the bid adjudication committee awards the contract, makes the final award.
Correct.
And what the National Commissioner indicated was that this gentleman from IDAC had raised concerns that there was Medicare 24 Tshwane did not have a valid tax clearance certificate and had been blacklisted, and that it seemed to have been linked to an entity that was linked, or a person that was involved in Tembisa Hospital. So you were then indicating that from this response, he said that he spoke to an official.
Yeah, he had not spoken to me. He had spoken to the official in my absence. I was on leave at the time, and National Commissioner was assured that there is nothing untowards with regards to the evaluation process. When we started, I'll just mention that part here because it's critically important, even though we are not dealing with the adjudication process. When the bid adjudication set and we did the declaration, it would appear that the bid adjudication committee members did not know of any concerns that were raised by IDAC, because when I called upon for them to declare, none of them had any declarations to make with regards to this contract. Neither did I have any declaration because it was unknown to me that this concern had been raised with the National Commissioner.
Yes, but it had been raised with the National Commissioner. Who's the official that the National Commissioner says that he spoke to?
In his letter, in his response to the chairperson of this committee, the National Commissioner has indicated that he had spoken to Major General Hankins.
Yes, and in what capacity was Major General Hankins acting at the time?
I was on leave. She was acting as the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain.
So then, despite those, the concerns were raised, then it proceeded to the adjudication.
The unknown to the bid adjudication committee, the tender was tabled to the bid adjudication committee for adjudication, and we did sit as the adjudication committee to adjudicate.
And then on the 18th of June 2024, Medicare 24 Tshwane was awarded the health risk management services contract. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, General Fani, can I now request that we look at the bid evaluation committee report? It's at Annexure MF7.
Can I get the page?
Page 368. So just certainly just to clarify, the heading of the document is written Submission Bid Adjudication Committee. Is this the report of the Bid Evaluation Committee?
That's the report compiled by the Bid Evaluation Committee for consideration by the Bid Adjudication Committee. Correct.
Correct. So even though it's headed Bid Adjudication Committee, we must understand it as the BEC report.
Correct.
Right. So just starting at page 370, paragraph 5. This is the list of all the bidders, the 22 bidders that had submitted bid in responses to the advertisement.
Correct.
And Medicare 24 Tshwane, its full name is not written out, is indicated to be bidder number 20.
Correct.
Can you then take us through what the first phase of the adjudication process was for this contract?
The adjudication.
The evaluation process.
Thank you. I was about to highlight that
Yeah.
the adjudication does not have phases. The evaluation process, the first phase is the mandatory documentation. So mandatory documentations here would be clearly stipulated, and if none of the bidders submit those mandatory documentation, they would automatically be disqualified. Coupled with that are the issues of bid documents, standard bidding documents, which must also be submitted. If any of the standard bidding documents are missing, the supplier would, or the bidder would also be disqualified from the process.
Okay. So essentially, the bid evaluation committee starts out with 22 bids and assesses them for whether their mandatory documents are present. And at page 375, paragraph 8, it then excludes 10 bidders from there. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so after checking whether the mandatory documents were there, what remains are 12 bidders.
Correct.
And as you see, bidder number 20, Medicare 24 Tshwane District, is one of the 12 bidders.
That's correct.
Can you then take us through the next phase? Or let me ask this question. So is it then your understanding that having excluded the 10 bidders, the 12 that had remained had all the required documentation in order to be able to proceed to the next phase of evaluation?
In the report that was submitted to the Bid Adjudication Committee, it would appear that the Bid Evaluation Committee had applied their mind and have made certain that all the relevant documentation and all the relevant requirements of the bid documents have been complied to, and in the report then they're recommending that the suppliers be carried to the next phase of evaluation. And all other suppliers that were disqualified, in the report, it was clearly stipulated why they were disqualified. We have interrogated that report as a bid adjudication committee and made certain that the reasons cited for disqualification were justified.
So can you take us through the next phase of evaluation that took place?
The next phase of evaluation, once you have gotten the mandatory as well as the SBD documents, would typically be, in this instance, was to go and look at the functionality, what would term functionality in the evaluation process.
But what does that mean practically?
What it means is you're looking at all the stipulations that were made in the bidding documents that the supplier was supposed to comply to in order for them to fulfill the requirements of the job.
Yes. So if one looks at paragraph 9.1, the questions are, does the bidder have a live operating system in place on a 24-hour basis? Is there a 24-hour line to get a hold of the bidder? Should they be required? Does the bidder have the necessary functional equipment like mobile units in all provinces when required to conduct medical examinations and tests? So, and that's just examples of the various functional things that they were looking for.
Those are the things that they looked at in order for us to ensure that the bidders have not claimed to have these functions on paper. We would then add another leg of due diligence where we physically go to the facilities listed in the bid documents, the address listed in the bid document, to make sure that these facilities or these functions actually are catered for by the supplier.
So in relation to Medicare 24 Tshwane district, where did they go to ascertain that these services actually existed?
It would appear that they went to the address that has been provided in the bid documents.
And is there, this is the document that ultimately serves before the bid adjudication committee. So is there anything that more in this document that indicates exactly what that address was?
No, in the address, in the report that's given to the bid adjudication committee, the address was not stipulated. It is an understanding and that we only entertain what is submitted in the bid. So the address was provided in the bid documents, in one of the SBD documents that the bidder has provided. Should there have been a different address that the bid evaluation committee would have to go to, the supplier or the bidder would have had to write to us and indicate, to the bid evaluation committee and indicate a different address to the bid evaluation committee. It doesn't appear that such a change of address was indicated to the bid evaluation committee, to the information at my disposal.
So the bid evaluation committee at 9.2.3 on page 376 essentially says that it conducted a due diligence at, and amongst others, at Netcare Occupational Health, Carawell Holdings. I'm reading the wrong one. It's actually 9.2 point. Yes. 9.2.3. That they say that they conducted due diligence at Blue Collar Occupational Health, Medicare 24 Tshwane District, and Mkhwanazi Trading Pty Ltd. And the report only says that due diligence was conducted. It doesn't indicate whether it was successful, but is that your understanding that they found these services that they were looking for?
It is an understanding that if all was in order in terms of the criteria that was set for the evaluation, we would only in the report reflect what was the deviation so that we may understand the deviation, so that in the adjudication phase, we may understand the nature of that deviation that was discovered during the evaluation process. And in this instance, all those suppliers where there was or were deviations were highlighted as such, and we have interrogated that list.
Okay. And then following that due diligence exercise, there then remains 7 bidders who go into the final phase of evaluation on issues of price. It says price matrix report.
Yes. Correct.
And the 7 bidders are indicated from page 378, paragraph 10 of that report.
Correct.
And again, Medicare 24 Tshwane district is included as one of those.
Correct.
And then what is the eventual process that is undertaken on the price matrix report?
The price matrix report would be populated. It becomes quite a cumbersome document. All the suppliers that made it to price would then be populated on a matrix. A formula would be applied. And then there will be a ranking with regards to, and the BEE scores will also be included. And then there will be a ranking in terms of the supplier with the highest points. In this instance, the supplier that had the highest points on those 2 attributes was the Medicare 24 Tshwane, and the BEE, the Bid Evaluation Committee populates that matrix, and the outcome of that matrix is then put into a report indicating that the supplier is the one that had the highest points in terms of that matrix population.
Okay. And so the ultimate recommendation at page 379, paragraph 12 of that report is that from the Bid Evaluation Committee is that the tender or the award be given to Medicare 24 Tshwane district.
Correct.
This report is then what ultimately serves before your committee, the Bid Adjudication Committee.
Correct.
And it serves before the Bid Adjudication Committee with 2 annexures, if I understand, if that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
I think they are, just to take one step back, at page 368, the 2 annexures that are outlined. Can you just indicate what they are?
The first annexure here is the need activation, and then annexure B is the bid specification document.
Okay, so this report plus the need activation and the bid specification are what goes to your committee. Can you then take us through how the Bid Adjudication Committee then decided to then approve this recommendation to appoint Medicare 24 Tshwane district?
The Bid Adjudication Committee, the secretariat of the component head, let me start there. The component head, I'm getting feedback, Chair. The procurement, the bid evaluation committee completes their evaluation and they put a report together. Once the report is put together, the procurement policy makes provision for quality assurance in the process. The section head procurement would then go, and there is responsibilities to go and check and validate that the claims that are made in the report are indeed accurate. It may require, in some instances, for them to consult the source documents, the bid documents received, just to ascertain that even the reasons for disqualification or the reasons for qualification have been met before that matter is submitted to the bid adjudication committee. Once the section head has looked at that, he signs the report to indicate his satisfaction of the report. He then passes it over to the component head, who does another set of validation or quality check of the document to make sure that the section head had not missed anything that needed to have been identified as an anomaly in the process. Once the component head is satisfied that everything is in order, he or she will then sign and then table this with the Secretariat for deliberations with the bid adjudication committee. So we do have sets of quality assurance steps that we have in place to make sure that the submission that comes to the bid adjudication committee is not thick and cumbersome, including the source documents, and that the evaluation report is totally independent of all the other attachments that they are there. Typically, what the members of the bid adjudication committee would do is that each member would receive their file with all the documentation required. They would go through the file and make sure that they look at all the aspects that they need to look at. The angle of how each member would look at solely rests on them with regards to what are the things that they would be looking for. But when we do look at the issue, some of the things that we normally would look at is that indeed the needs were identified and there's funds available for this. We're also looking at that the bid specification committee did sit and approved the specification. We also look that the tender was duly advertised, and it was not only advertised at a medium that cannot be accessed by all the suppliers to look at issues of equality, and we also looking at that every reason that was given for the disqualification of the suppliers is indeed in line with the policy and is also in line with the applicable legislation, and that no supplier has been disqualified unfairly. We would then look at any other matter that may be of interest at that time from one tender to another. In this instance, we have looked at in that fashion. When we did have deliberations in the bid adjudication committee, yes. Each member would then have to highlight what are the issues that they had concerns with, and each member has indicated they were not material at all. We were worried about the time frame of the contract. The time frame of the contract, we were asking why the contract was not done in 5 years, based on the nature, and we did come to a conclusion as the bid adjudication committee that the circumstances and subs do change from time to time, and a longer term contract would not be necessarily required. Other than that, there was nothing material that could stop the award of this contract based on the information at our disposal at that time submitted from the bid evaluation committee.
So if I understand you correctly, because the main issue you say that the bid adjudication committee considered was the length of the contract.
Yeah.
And didn't consider whether the mandatory documents were submitted, whether there was an evaluation properly done on price, and so on.
apologies. We would not discuss things that are already contained in the report, which do not require any clarification. So that information was provided in the report, and we did not have to have any deliberations with regards to that. My role as the chairperson of the committee. Can I proceed,
Yes,
Chair?
you can
My role as the chairperson of the bid adjudication committee is to afford each member an opportunity to indicate their decision with regards to the submission. You will pick up in the recording, each member was asked to make a comment with regards to the adjudication, and there is nothing material that came out. All members indicated that they're okay with the submission at their disposal.
Can I take you back to annexure bundle, the annexures bundle 348?
I'm with you.
Yes. As I understand the bid adjudications committee's functions as set out in this annexure bundle 348, is that the bid adjudication committee is required to ensure that all necessary documents have been submitted. That is one of the requirements of the bid adjudication committee.
Correct. I have indicated when I started, if we were to relook at every document that was submitted as part of this bid and look at each document, it will defeat the process of adjudication. The evaluation process needs to look at all the documents, all of them, line by line, and make sure that that work is complete and that they are not disqualifying any supplier unfairly. In the process, as a build-up to adjudication, we have included 2 quality assurance processes that then make sure that the source documents are indeed have indeed been looked at correctly and that they have been populated correctly. It is impractical for the bid adjudication committee to look at each document and to have a submission of each documents that are put forward that have come with the bid document. It is quite a very, very, very huge number. You can imagine 22 submissions. If we were to look at 22 submissions, we might as well have our job descriptions changed completely and just look at bid adjudication issues. Hence, we have made sure that we've got quality assurance along the way to ensure that we are okay as bid adjudication committee with regards to what is contained in the documentation. However, there has been instances in other documents or tenders that have been adjudicated where we have requested documentation to make sure that indeed the documentation or the information has been populated correctly. It was, in the opinion of the bid adjudication committees at that time when adjudicating this document, that the report was complete.
Thank you. Can I, so you indicate now in your evidence that it would be impractical for the bid adjudication committee to look, as it says here, and ensure that the documents are submitted. But in relation to the bidder that you eventually award, shouldn't it at least be able to ensure that that bidder has all the necessary documents submitted?
As I've indicated, the report appeared to be complete with regards to how information was compiled and submitted to the bid adjudication committee.
And then in just at page 349, in terms of your requirements, yes. Yes. Yeah. And then at page 349, paragraph 3.10, and that one of the further requirements is that the evaluation that it is required to ensure that the valuation was done according to the advertised criteria.
Correct. If you go to the report itself, you would indicate it. You would notice that the just give me a second. One of the things that we are looking at to ensure that the bid was evaluated in line with the advertised bid, we ask that the bid specification be attached. The bid specification was attached. When members of the bid adjudication committee evaluate in their own space, because we provide the files, they look at the advertised bid, they look at whether the criteria that has been indicated for advancement or for exclusion is indeed in line with the bid specification that was issued with the tender. Yes, the bid specification was attached, and we did look into that. We may not have made the statement in our reporting that we looked into that, but that is one of the attributes that we look at. And yes, the bid spec was annexed as Annexure B in the submission, in the evaluation report.
Does the bid adjudication committee, is there a report from the bid adjudication committee that outlines what process they undertook when making the final award?
We remember the delegation that we've been given as the bid adjudication committee is that we must adjudicate an award. Should it have been necessary for us to adjudicate and make recommendations, we would have made the recommendation report to the next level of approval. In this instance, as the bid adjudication committee, there's two source documents that we use as evidence that we looked at the matter that was sent to us for adjudication. We do have a decision matrix or decision sheet that we fill in. You may want to refer to that later as an annexure, but the decision sheet, we would clearly indicate whether we have approved, not approved, or referred back. And we would list the reasons why we did not approve. We do approve with conditions, and we will clearly stipulate what those conditions are. And we will clearly minute in the minutes of the committee what were the resolutions of the committee. Because if we were to detail, he said, I said, and he said, and that said, we would probably have cumbersome set of minutes. The resolution of the bid adjudication committee are listed in the minutes. If there are sometimes instances, for instance, this one, where the members of the committee indicated that they approve, and the issue was whether 3 years or 5 years, but that was immaterial because the tender was advertised on 3 years. The discussion around 3 years or 5 years was whether the end user was justified or shouldn't have considered the 5 years, but it was immaterial at the time because the tender was advertised for 3 years, and the adjudication and evaluation and everything else had to revolve around 3 years.
So if I understand, then your evidence is that in respect of this particular tender, there's no report that explains the basis on which the bid adjudication committee awarded approved the award of to Medicare 24 Mkhwanazi. I'm talking about a report that one can look at to see what the reasons were for approving the evaluation. There's no report that exists.
The decision matrix is essentially a report. We reduce our decisions for not approving or refer back in that decision matrix. In some instances, like I've indicated, if we need to make stipulations of the conditions for approval, we would do that. In this instance, there were no conditions for approval, and the report clearly indicates that it is approved, and each member of the bid adjudication committee has attached a signature indicating their agreement to what has been listed on that decision matrix or decision sheet.
But this decision matrix is not in your bundle.
It is there.
If you can make it available to the committee, that would be, I'm sure we can do so at the break.
Okay,
Also
I've made it available to you. I will indicate to you outside the meeting what that is. We might have it.
Are you talking about the minute?
No, not the minutes. The cover sheet, that decision sheet. It clearly indicates what the decision was of the committee. It can only be 3: approved, not approved, or referred back. If it's not approved, we clearly stipulate the reasons on that sheet. And if it was referred back, we clearly indicate why we referred it back, because the minutes are not shared with the end users, only the reasons why we have done that. If we approve, it is by default that the members of the committee have agreed to the contents as contained in the bid evaluation report that is sent to the bid adjudication committee.
Yes. Just for my own clarification, this decision matrix, does it say anything more than approved, not approved, or conditions?
It doesn't say anything more than that because there was no other stipulations to be made.
So is there a report that sets out the reasons for approval?
What we have done since resolved to do is that in the minutes we would say approved as presented so that it completes the sentence. The report as was in terms of the recommendation that is there in the report was approved. Remember, we are approving the recommendation that is made to the bid adjudication committee.
Thank you. So the minutes of the bid adjudication committee are in Annexure Bundle 394.
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that the bid adjudication committee doesn't do any independent verification of its own? It essentially relies on the report that is tabled before it to make its determination.
The members of the bid adjudication committee are at liberty at any given point if they need further clarification with regards to any item that is on the bid adjudication bid. Let's call it a bid evaluation. Let's call it what it is here, bid adjudication, bid evaluation report. If at any given time they require. There has been instances, like I've indicated, where members of the bid adjudication committee requested further information to be in the position to qualify the statements or the claims that are made in the report in order for us to make an informed decision with regards to the matter that served before us.
So what I understand you to be saying is that there have been instances where they've done independent verification. What I'm trying to understand is with regards to this particular adjudication process, was there any independent verification that was done outside of reading the evaluation report and considering the evaluation report? Was there any independent actions taken by the bid adjudication committee before it made the award?
It would appear that no information was solicited outside what was presented to the bid adjudication committee, because nothing was advanced by any member in the committee. The process would be, if by any chance the member of the bid adjudication committee wants matters clarified, they do not contact anybody outside of the bid adjudication committee. They would have to come to the bid adjudication committee and request additional information. We have to have controlled documents, and we have to have a record of what was given to the bid adjudication committee. So it would appear that nobody has requested any other information outside what could have been requested through the bid adjudication committee process.
Just to a clarification, you say that it would appear that there was no additional documents sought or no independent other information that was sought. You were part of that adjudication process.
Yes, I was.
So it's maybe a little bit more than something that would appear. It would be something that you were involved with. Is that
No,
correct?
what I meant was, if any member of the bid adjudication committee requested additional documentation other than what was presented in the file on this matter, such a request was not done through the formal sitting of the bid adjudication committee. The information that we adjudicated on was on what was in the file and what was presented to the bid adjudication committee.
Okay, so yes, okay, thank you very much. So we were looking at the minute of the bid adjudication committee, which starts at annexure page 394. And just confirm for me that item 7.6 is the tender that we're concerned with, the Medicare 24 Tshwane contract.
Correct.
And what is over the page at page 396? What is the recordal that's made by the bid adjudication committee?
Sorry, please repeat the question, sorry.
Just at page 396, over the page, what essentially is the recordal that's made by the bid adjudication committee?
The adjudication committee approved the submission that was put before them, and it's minuted as such.
Thank you.
Maybe just to corroborate the point that I've made earlier on with regards to, should there be a need for additional information, on 395 on item 7.4, you would note that when we adjudicated that memo 54, the BAC wants clarification on a criteria used to select the winning bid. We do interrogate the reports, and when there's additional information required, we then stipulated as such in the minutes. I just wanted to indicate that point that I have made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, General Fani. I guess the point is that in relation to this health risk services contract, you didn't request additional information. You may have requested it for other submissions, but you
Yes.
didn't request it when you were adjudicating this particular tender.
That's correct.
So then I think in the timeline where we are is that the award is then made, and it's made on the 18th of June 2024. Is that correct? I'm reading
we're
that
back
date
to the
from
bundle, yes.
yeah.
Yes.
I'm reading that date from page
The-
21
The
of the
award,
witness statement.
we sat on the 14th of 2024, 2 days before June 16th, and yes, we adjudicated on the 14th of June, and awarded on the 14th of June, and the contract was signed on the 18th of June.
The contract was signed by the 18th of June.
Correct.
And the contract was signed by you?
The contract was signed by me by virtue of my delegation in terms of the delegation of authority document.
So where we are then in the timeline is that the contract is awarded in June 2024. And then in December, there is a meeting that is held. So can you then go to page 24 of your statement? Paragraph 47.
I'm there.
And then can you explain to us then what took place in December 2024?
In December of 2024, there was a media article that or report that spoke to the subs having awarded a contract to a fraudster, and the minister then called us into a meeting.
Can I
And
just confirm, when you're saying the minister, you're referring to Minister
I'm
Mkhwanazi?
speaking to the minister at the time, Minister Mkhwanazi, called us into a meeting, and the National Commissioner was there, and all other areas were there: internal audit, legal, finance. And in that meeting, the minister then instructed rather, that the contract be audited. The procurement or the supply chain management handed the documents over to internal audit in subsequent days thereafter, for internal audit to do their audits of that contract.
Thank you. So just in relation to that meeting that was held, do you recall the date of that meeting?
Not offhand. I may provide that, because I think it was a calendar request. I would provide that if it is there.
And can you just give us some insight? What was the nature of the discussions that took place in December around this contract?
I may summarize it that the minister had indicated that there's an article that he's uncomfortable with, that may bring the organization into disrepute, and he would like to get a briefing with regards to what's happening with that contract. The briefing was provided, and based on what was advanced to the minister at the time, the minister then took a decision that a full audit must be conducted and an audit report must be produced.
So who conducted the briefing to the minister? Who conducted the briefing to the minister?
I did the briefing of some sort, no, I did the briefing, I think. Yeah.
So you conducted, and can you give us insight to what you explained to the minister about the award of this contract?
I just gave the chronological sequence of what happened, and based on that, because I did not know the extent at which there were anomalies in the tender, the decision was then taken that let's then quantify the anomalies that are being leveled in the report, and the internal audit process kicked in.
At what point in time did you become aware that the tender had been awarded to Mr. Matlala's company?
I only became aware when there was a media, this media report came out. At the time, I did not know Ket Matlala at all.
So I'd like for us to be able to consider the audit report that was then done by the SAPS internal audit. Can I ask you to first turn to page 413? Of the annexure bundle.
Thank you. I've got it.
So can you?
Sorry, Chair, can you just afford me a minute to stand and sit again? I'm sitting on the tip of the chair. I'm short if I go too far back. I can't reach the mic. If I go too far, then I have to sit up straight. Just a minute. Apologies, members. Thank you. Apologize for that.
No problem. General Fani,
Okay, Chair, no, I thought, sorry, Zigala. I thought I was going to do this without disrupting the meeting. If you are not familiar with this, you might not be able to know how to use this so that you can pull back. So I don't know if the general has been assisted with that.
Can you?
You've got to pull this, the table. That's why I was pointing to somebody next to you.
I'll still have to reach the mic. The problem is the mic, it gets too far. Then I can't speak. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's fine. The problem is the mic, but I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member.
can you look at the document at page 413? Can you just explain to the committee what document this is?
This is the document that was, it's an audit report that was put together by Mr. Mkhwanazi. He was the acting chief audit executive at the time. He had since left the employment of South African Police Service.
And I had wanted to indicate this is a preliminary on page 413. It indicates that it's a preliminary report. Is that correct?
Correct.
This report is dated January 2025. Was this report shared with you?
The preliminary report, yes, it was.
The preliminary report was shared with you. How was it shared with you?
The chief audit executive, Ms. Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and the risk and compliance Brigadier Matlou came to my office, and they read the report and they left with the report. I never got the hard copy.
Okay. And can you confirm that a final audit report was subsequently filed?
I cannot confirm.
If you go to MF 11, there's a final audit report that is dated April 2025.
The report was advanced to me a day or two ago, which I then put in the submission. But prior to that, I had never gotten a copy of the report.
Yes. But have you now had an opportunity to read the final audit report?
Yes, I have.
There are some differences between the interim and the final audit report, but in the main, many of the conclusions that were in the interim report are eventually taken to the final report. So for purposes of the evidence and to ensure that we're looking at the final report, I propose that we then look at the final audit report that was filed.
That will be okay.
Chair, it's 1 minute before the I think anticipated break, but I am going to go into a new topic in relation to this audit report, and it might be detailed. I wondered if it might be a convenient time now.
Yeah, I think it will be good that you take the new theme after break, because you cannot do anything in 1 minute. Once you finish asking the questions, I say break. So the only thing that I can do now is to request the chief whip to instruct the members to break. Honorable, honorable, honorable members, before we take a break, let me just go back to what Honorable James has said. You know, as leaders, we have been taught that we must always be the first to serve and the last to get rewards. So I'm going to persuade you that when you go for break, if you find any queue, the leaders must be the last in the queue. Thank you so much. We're coming back at 14 hours. Yeah, Lieutenant-General Dr. Fani. Good afternoon. The last time I greeted you was in the morning, and now it's afternoon. Advocate Zikala,
Thank you, Chair.
I allocate you an hour to conclude the discussion with Dr. Fani. If you go beyond an hour, I can use my discretion to allocate you no less than 20 minutes after an hour. Yeah.
Looking at the final audit report that had been given. Just give me a second. I just want to go to the document. So the final audit report is MF11 at page 429 of the annexure bundle. Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to page 447 of that bundle.
I'm at 447.
Thank you. At paragraph 3.3.4, this is now the internal auditors. They say that they have observed the following red flags and or evidence of fronting in the bid of Medicare 24 Tshwane district. And they begin to detail in the paragraphs below why they have indicated that there was fronting in the bid. Can you just begin to read out what is indicated, maybe starting from paragraph 3.3.4.3?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will read 3.3.4.1, and it says the bidder is a registered company with company registration number. The company was established in 2019. A company was registered and is registered on CSD and was vetted by the National Treasury. I do not have enough information to substantiate why that was an anomaly.
Okay. But, and then now at 3.3.4.3, can you indicate what the internal auditors have indicated about their finding that there was fronting?
Their report says there is only one director of the company who is an African male. The address of the registered office is 103 North Rand Road, Baden-Boksbeek. I don't know how that constitutes fronting.
Yes, I was asking
cannot
if you
vouch.
could read 3.3.4.3.
Oh, 3.3.4.3.
3, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The bidder is operating under franchise agreement with the franchisor with its own company registration number. The bidder and the franchisor share the same business address. The bidder did not indicate in the bidding document the third-party supplier arrangement.
What do you understand that to mean?
What I understand this to mean is that in the tendered returnables, there is no evidence that was found by the auditors with regards to an agreement between the two parties.
Yes, but as I read 3.3.4.3, sorry, it's difficult. It's just, they say that when you look at the entity, it is operating under a franchise agreement or tries or purports to operate under a franchise agreement, but that was not indicated in the bidding documents that there would be a third-party supplier. Now, would that be the kind of requirement that would have caused the bidder to be excluded?
We have stipulated in our tender documents that if you are not operating at your premises, you must provide us with the water and lights account, or you must give us an agreement where you have with the person that owns the building. In this instance, it's not just about rental, it is about operating and utilization of facilities in that space. It appears that the bidder did not own the facilities, but has a franchise agreement that was picked up by the auditors.
Yes, but what the auditors indicate at 3.3.4.4 is that that franchise agreement was not signed by the franchisee and so could not be relied upon at the time of bidding. So going back to my earlier question, wouldn't that have been a mandatory requirement that had to be complied with in order for this bidder to have progressed?
Right. The franchisor signed, the franchisee did not sign, and the document was available. The question that we can then ask is that is 3.3.4.3 being nullified by 3.3.4.4, because 3.3.4.4 says an agreement was there but not signed, and 3.3.3.43 says there was none. So internal audit may have to answer that one. I cannot vouch for any of the statements.
So, but whether there was none or it was not signed, wouldn't in both circumstances it mean that the mandatory requirement was not complied with? Either there was no supplier agreement or there was a supplier agreement that was not signed. But under both circumstances, what I'm asking, doesn't that mean that there was that particular mandatory requirement to show a third-party supplier was not complied with?
The requirement is that there should be one if the bidder is not the owner of the facility. What this 3.3.4.4 seems to suggest is that the franchisee did not sign. What it is not saying is that the franchisor signed and what the nature of the relationship would have been. I would presume that in the clarification, when legal was writing to the bidder, clarifying issues before disqualification, they would have clarified this. I'm not privy to that. But the document must be complete. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what I'm asking you, and maybe I'll ask, what it clearly indicates was that the document wasn't complete.
What it indicates is that the franchisee did not sign, which makes the document not to be complete.
So doesn't that mean that a mandatory requirement wasn't complied with?
It would appear, well, it is not being complied to if the signatures are not complete.
Just to clarify, is that a yes?
It's a yes.
What was the role in the franchise, the franchisor and the franchisee? What was their role in the bid? He seems to suggest that maybe because the owner of the franchisor didn't matter.
Chair, if I may also indicate is that the internal audit had qualified that, if I may read it, the franchise agreement is not signed by the franchisee and cannot be relied upon and was not a requirement at the time of the bidding. That's what the statement is saying. I do not have the document to verify which was the requirement. So it gives two contradictory statements, that sentence that is written there. Maybe they wanted to say and was a requirement, but what is written here says and was not a requirement.
Yes. Can you go to 3.3.4.8? Can you,
The bidder submitted a company profile of Medicare 24 holding and not the third-party supplier's declaration as required by the special conditions of the bid. It should noted that Medicare 24 holding did not bid and therefore their company profile is irrelevant for this bid. By submitting the company profile of the Medicare 24 holdings together with the bidding documents, the bidder assert that the bid will be executed by Medicare 24 without making third parties declaration. The finding is correct.
that finding is correct?
Correct.
In so doing, would that have been a mandatory requirement that was not complied with?
Not mandatory. It was part of the criteria for evaluation.
Can you go to 3.3.4.10?
3.3.4.10, the pricing schedule submitted by the bidder was different from the pricing schedule issued with the original bid documents in that the control numbers on the top of I would assume that it says on top of each page were changed. The SBD 7.2 bid cover page and pricing schedule were submitted for forensic analysis to establish whether they were signed by the same person. The forensic analyst established that the signature of the bidder on SBD 7.2 did not correspond with the signature of the bidder on the submitted pricing schedule. Therefore, the pricing schedule submitted by the bidder could not be relied upon as it lacked integrity.
What does that mean?
The specialists had a look at the signature that was attached to the document. They are specialized. They are specializing in that form. The question that could be asked is, would any reasonable man could have seen that the signatures were not the same? The answer is no.
As I read 3.3.4.10, they say more than just the signatures. They say essentially that the pricing schedule had been tampered with and that it was not the original bid document, I'm reading from the second line, that had the control numbers that were submitted. So, and you can clarify or with me if I'm incorrect, but as I understand it, there are certain forms that have particular control numbers that must be submitted with those original numbers and so on, and the pricing schedule is one such document.
Correct.
And that in this case, that pricing schedule had been tampered with. And so it was not the original numbers or control numbers of those documents that had been used.
It's an audit finding. The BEC should have picked up the format of the document, and indeed, if internal audit picked it up, and it is warranted. One of the tender requirements that we have is that the submitted schedules should not be changed or altered in any form. If they have been altered, this should have been a disqualification.
So this requirement that the pricing schedules that were submitted had been tampered with, this should have resulted in a disqualification.
Correct.
Can you turn to page 450? This is paragraph 3.3.8 of the audit report. Can you read, because it's a long paragraph, can you read the finding just before where they discuss the Treasury regulation?
right? It is alleged that the bidder committed an unethical conduct in respect of the procurement process in another organs of states, that is Gauteng Provincial Government at Tembisa Hospital. There were allegations of alleged procurement irregularities committed by the Director of Medicare 24 Tshwane District prior the evaluation of the bid. The bid should have taken into, the BEC should have taken into consideration the allegations raised on the media about the director to inform their due diligence methodology. The due diligence did not ascertain all facts concerning the bidder, resulting in a material control weakness.
What do you understand the internal auditors to have been flagging there?
All that internal audit is saying is that with the media statements that were made concerning the director of this company, the bid
And this is Mr. Matlala.
that is Mr. Matlala, the bid evaluation committee should have disqualified the company. Let me just clarify what is the correct process. The correct process is that when you evaluate the tenders, you evaluate the tenders as received. In your report, you then highlight the issues that should be considered by the bid adjudication committee. If those concerns that were highlighted by the bid adjudication committee are outside the tender process, the bid adjudication committee will adjudicate the tender. If this supplier becomes the winning bid, the bid adjudication committee will not award that tender. They would have to refer that matter to legal services so that legal services can give direction with regards to what needs to happen with regards to that bid. You do not disqualify any person on other matters that are unrelated to the tender when you do evaluation and when we do adjudication. You highlight those in the report and you make sure that legal services assist you with crafting a report for disqualification of that supplier. Treasury regulations indicate that if for any reason the bidder who has received the highest point, they are not saying disqualified for other reasons, that has received the highest point cannot be appointed, such a bidder, such reasons must be given and such bidder should not be appointed or be awarded a tender. Had we known as bid adjudication committee, I'm not sure to what extent the bid evaluation committee knew about the issue of Mr. Matlala. We would have, as I've indicated in my affidavit, we would have flagged this with legal services, and legal services would have crafted us a reason which justifies why the supplier should not be appointed.
Thank you. General Fani, as I read this paragraph, it's maybe making 2 points and to discuss with you. The first point that it makes is that there should have been a due diligence process that picked up the fact that Mr. Matlala was a person who was in the media reported to have been involved with Tembisa Hospital. And that there was a failure in the due diligence process regarding that. What I understand you to be saying is that had you known, you would have gotten a legal report or so on. But can you answer the first question, which is whether there was a failure with the due diligence process, that it should have picked up that this was a bidder who was alleged to have been involved in procurement irregularities in relation to Tembisa Hospital?
Right. Honorable Chair, I wouldn't say there was lack of due diligence done. We rely heavily on information that is recorded for us. In the CSD report, I would refer to page 453. In the CSD report, the CSD report
Yes.
indicates.
Can I indicate that the CSD report is at page 457 of the annex of the annexes.
I've got it as 454.
Let me just check. You are correct. It starts at 454.
Yes. In the CSD report, this does not talk about Ket Matlala. I'm looking for his name. It talks about Vusumuzi Matlala, but that's
Yes.
immaterial.
Yeah, that is as I understand it, the name Cat is a nickname.
Yeah.
So I think it is Mr. Matlala.
As I've indicated earlier, I had no knowledge of Vusumuzi Matlala. I may have heard in the news that there's issues at Tembisa, but it for me personally, and probably for other members of the committee, that for us to link him at that time to Tembisa did not happen, and for a reason that it did not appear to us at that time that this person is the person that is being wanted. But importantly to note is that we rely on information we get from CST. The framework that governs restriction of suppliers in government clearly indicates that a department or entity that has experienced any anomaly with regards to the supplier, either in terms of crime committed or in terms of performance of the supplier, initiate the process for restriction. It would appear that, based on the CST report, that such a process was never embarked upon by any department, resulting in this individual or this company being cleared on CSD not to have been restricted. We have also gone to the register of restricted suppliers that National Treasury published. We have looked for both the directors of the company, and we have looked at the company itself. There is no such a restriction. But I'm just saying, from a procurement process perspective, we have clarified that had we known that this person, Vusumuzi Matlala, or the company that he operates under is suspicious, as I've indicated, we would have flagged it with legal, and legal would have provided us with direction that this is indeed a suspicious transaction that SAPS is about to conclude.
So, and I understand what you're saying. You're saying within the formal government structures, there was no restriction on the company or the person, such that it was not indicated that this was a blacklisted entity,
Yes.
or a restricted entity. That am I correct in that understanding?
You're correct. From both CSD perspective as well as the registers that National Treasury keep, that we look at before we conclude on any tender process.
I guess the question, and as I understand the issue that's being raised by internal audit, is this, though, in the public, was an entity or a person that was flagged as having been involved in significant public procurement irregularities at Tembisa Hospital. This was and they have held the view that at least that should have been flagged by the bid evaluation committee. So I'm separating two. The one is the formal registrations that exist on the CSD, but whether, as they indicate here, that considering the extent of the allegations that were in the media, were those allegations completely irrelevant to the tender that was being adjudicated by the SAPS at the time?
I'm unable to answer on behalf of BAC. Certainly on my behalf, I did not find a link, and I'm sure the members of the BAC at the time, otherwise they would have flagged it in the deliberations. I at the time of the adjudication, I did not even try to establish the link because it did not appear in my head that there is a link between this matlala and the matlala that is, or any other matlala for that matter. The assumption that is made is that the bid evaluation committee and the bid adjudication committee ought to have known, and I dispute that.
And maybe just the one last point before I move off this, I think as I read 3.3.8, the comment that is being made by internal audit is not that you ought to have known, but that a proper due diligence ought to have taken place that would have picked up this widely known information. But
the procurement due diligence was done. The procurement process cleared the supplier and the director based on the treasury regulations that we need to comply to. Any other form of due diligence that ought to have been done is not part of our process, and I would not speak to it. It is unknown to me.
so if you turn to page 4.5.1,
Is it 5?
451.
Page 451. I'm
I
there.
added
I'm
a
there,
lot of-
Chair.
Okay. The general findings by the internal audit is at 3.4.1.1 that the evaluation process in use is extensively dependent on the use of manual documents, therefore is open to abuse and manipulation. What is your comment on that?
Correct. Correct. I have flagged our technology management services for a procurement of technology in order for us to utilize technology. I have indicated in my affidavit that the integrated finance management system that National Treasury is working on for years now should have assisted government in making sure that the manual submission of tenders are eliminated. We are stuck with manual elimination at the moment because IFMS has not been implemented. I have asked technology management services to ask for an exemption at National Treasury so that we can procure a system in order for us to alleviate some of these issues. We have been using another system in our quotation process called Intender. That system has fallen off because of the disputes between SITA and the service provider. So we are back to manual system with regards to that. We are testing on the quotation side a new process on CSD. We will implement it shortly. It's one of the developments that we are doing, but it only deals with the quotation process. The tender process is still manual. For whatever reason, IFMS has not been implemented, and it is impacting on us and how we can fully have an automated process for us to eliminate some of the challenges that we're experiencing at the moment. Until then, we are stuck with the manual process.
At paragraph 3.5.1, the internal auditors say that raise the issue with somebody or a position called a facilitator in the evaluation process. And they say that the role of the facilitator in the bid evaluation committee previously exposed and is continuously exposing SAP's bidding process into corruption risks. And then at 3.5.2, they give 2 examples of cases where the person or the people who occupied the role of the facilitator was then subsequently being charged with procurement fraud. Can you see that?
I can see 3.5.1.1, 3.5.1.2.
Yes. And those are, as I understand it, examples of previous cases where the person who occupied the position of the facilitator was then subsequently charged with procurement fraud. What is your comment about this finding that the use of the facilitator causes corruption risks in the bidding process?
I'm not sure how internal audit qualified that. The role of a facilitator is not above the role of the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee. The facilitator's responsibility is mainly to be in the position to submit the documents to the members for perusal and to keep the record of the discussions. The role of the chairperson is to ensure that the information, in fact, the role of the chairperson and the role of the members of the BEC is to ensure that the information that is captured on the sheets before they sign, these sheets were signed by members of the BEC indicating the correctness of the information that is submitted. So their role is to ensure that they double check and make sure that the correctness of information that was at their disposal is indeed captured on the sheets and is indeed captured on the report which they have signed. How the role of a facilitator has rendered the process into corruption, we will look into that. I'm not going to dismiss it. I would just want the internal audit to advise me proper so that we can write it off in the processes. However, there needs to be somebody in the process who dishes out the documents and who makes sure that there is record keeping. And that role is done by a facilitator. I'm not sure what we will call that, maybe a typist or a data capturer, but he will still be fulfilling exactly the same functions. What is of concern here is that the role of the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee seems not to have been adequate if you look at the things that happened in the bid evaluation committee. And we need to strengthen that role and make sure that the chairpersons of the bid evaluation committee play the role that they ought to play in making sure that the deliberations of the bid evaluation committee are done in such a nature that there are no audit findings.
Who was the facilitator for this particular bid? I see the list of people. You can find it at 369.
I don't have 269.
369, page 369
369, oh, okay.
of the annexure bundle. Who were the facilitators in this evaluation process?
I don't want to say the wrong name. It was Captain Cartwright.
It was Captain Cartwright.
That's right.
Okay. Can you go to the exhibit bundle? It's the small bundle. Let me just find the exact page. Just apologies, I can't seem to find the exact page I'm looking for. Not here. What page is it on? Page 18. Okay. If you go to page 17, or if you go to page, let's start at exhibit 3. It's a Media 24 a News 24 article.
Page 70, page
If you
small
start
bundle,
at
big bundle
Sorry, if you start at page 11
of the big bundle.
of the exhibit bundle,
Okay.
it's the small bundle.
You're referring me to page
11.
11. Of the small bundle, no?
Yes. Do you have a
No.
just can you give us a moment?
I received only 2 bundles. No, she gave me the documents way before everybody got here. Yeah, so I did not receive. Thank you very much. I've got the copy, Honorable Chair.
If you can go to page 11. At page 11, this is an article, a recent article, but I think there was an earlier one in relation to this contract. This one is titled Tender Profit Cat Matala rented SAPS Medical Clinic 6 months before the award. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that. Thank you.
You see that? If you go then to page 17,
Got it.
and there's a heading that says backhand cash. Can you see that?
I've got that.
And then there's a section that has a red line.
Got that.
There's paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3. On the 4th paragraph, can you see that?
I see that.
It says that Matlala channeled cash to Captain Brian Cartwright through a proxy company. Cartwright was the facilitator of the tender for the SAP supply chain management. So, can I get your comment on that?
This is a media statement, and as far as I'm concerned, there's a forensic investigation that is done. Some of these things will be clarified by that forensic investigation. I note the statement, but that's as far as I can say.
So, and I understand you saying that this is an allegation that arises from the media statement, but in the internal audit report that had been furnished first in January and then in April, they particularly identified the person who sits as the facilitator as being the corruption risk. Is that correct?
Yes, they have flagged that the person is a corruption risk. And they have also indicated here in the media report that he got the money. If this is proven to be correct, then disciplinary processes must be initiated against this individual. In fact, even criminal charges must be laid against him.
Since the audit report was first, the preliminary one was furnished in January and then the final one in April, what steps has been taken to investigate the allegation that this person who played the role of the facilitator was the corruption risk or was one of the corruption risks?
That role was given to internal audit to do, and the internal audit subsequently did the audit, and the forensic audit is underway. What I have done on my side is to make sure that this individual does not get appointed in any committee to play this role until such time that his role in this matter has been clarified.
So he remains within the procurement department.
He is within the procurement environment doing administrative duties and all other matters, but not in the tender process.
And then I just want to go back to the audit report. So at 3.6 of the general findings made by internal audit, they say that all bids that had been submitted for this tender did not comply with the administrative and mandatory requirements of the bid and should never have proceeded to phase 2. Can you give me your comment on that?
Sorry, I missed which one you're reading.
I'm
On-
reading from the final audit report. I'm back at page 451. Apologies.
Page 451. Okay. All right. Just before I comment on that, the internal audit report said the role of a facilitator. And that's what we are dealing with. It did not speak of Cartwright. It's only the media report that spoke about Cartwright. But we will extrapolate and say that because Cartwright was the one that was playing a role of a facilitator, we need to take precautions and make sure that he does not facilitate until further notice. I just wanted to clarify that one.
Yes, I think that, yeah, that is correct. The internal audit report said that there is a particular role called the facilitator who has in previous cases already been shown to be a corruption risk. And they flag that as a corruption risk. Subsequently, media reports indicate that the person who may have played the role of the facilitator in this tender received money from Mr. Matala. So yes, that is a deduction. But what I'm asking you and for your comment really is that as early as January and finally in April, this particular role that is played within the procurement environment of SAPS is being flagged as being a massive vulnerability and what gets targeted for corruption. Your comment?
I would, as I've indicated, the role of a facilitator ought to be that of making sure that the documents are provided to the members and making sure that the scoring and documentation of such discussions is updated and is accurately captured. That does not supersede the role of a chairperson who has an overall accountability. And that does not supersede the role of the members of the bid evaluation committee, who must make sure that what they're signing for is indeed what is correct. If for whatever reason that person is dominant in the discussion and in the processes, which it shouldn't be, then we have a challenge with regards to the whole makeup of the bid evaluation committee and the strength and the power that should be exercised by the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee. And I have serious concerns if that's the case. It has been flagged in the report, and we have looked at it in our discussion in August when we had a three-day session with my team to make sure that each committee and how it functions needs to be strengthened so that we do not have repeat audit findings of this nature.
General Fani, at the paragraph 3 of your statement on page 2, you indicated that in preparing for this hearing, you spoke to a number of people, and one of them was General Mkhwanazi.
Yes.
What was that concerning?
Not in preparing for this hearing, in pertaining this matter. Just before I went on college, when Mr. Cartwright's statement was in the media, General Mkhwanazi was looking for a specific report pertaining the same matter, not this matter, but pertaining the whole Madlanga Commission matter, which he wanted from procurement. And then he indicated to me at that time that there's a media statement out which flags Mr. Cartwright, and they are doing further investigations. And based on that, then I took the decision that Mr. Cartwright's involvement in the tender process should be in abeyance until such time that the investigation is complete. That's as far as I have discussed that matter with General Mkhwanazi, and no other discussions on any other matter.
General Fani, I guess what maybe we require clarification is, you say that the facilitator is only there to help shift documents or to be able to move things around. Can you maybe articulate for us one more time what actually is that role of the facilitator that is being flagged here?
Hence, I have indicated, let me clarify what the role is. The role is there's a chairperson and there are end users. And the role of the facilitator is to make sure that they prepare for the BEC evaluations. And they make sure for each stage the documentation is given to the members and the members peruse the document. And once the members have perused the document and they have finished with the document and there's another document required, and if a decision was taken, the applicable documents that needs to be updated or filled in are filled in, and they're filled in correctly.
So is this the person who is in charge of the documentation, or at least updating the documentation? And unfortunately, to use the same word, facilitating that documentation is provided to the members of the evaluation committee?
The documentation are supposed to be managed by the chairperson of the committee or any person delegated by him who is part of the discussion. I'm not sure what the relationship was between the chairperson and Mr. Cartwright at that time in terms of who managed the documents. But in the meeting, that person will then facilitate the dissemination of information and making sure that the decisions are covered correctly. There should be a scribe that does that, but he must furnish that information to the members of the committee. The chairperson checks the accuracy of the information that is put in the documents after he has also perused the documents, because he's a scoring member of the committee, and making sure that the information is accurate.
So, and I think we will get to this, but both the preliminary and the final report essentially finds that there were certain issues in relation to the documentation of this particular tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that would have been or let me ask it as a question, and would that have been the type of documentation that would have been administered or controlled by a person such as a facilitator?
Honorable Chair, as I've indicated, the chairperson of the bid evaluation committee is supposed to fetch the documents from storage and make sure that he keeps guard of the documentation. What we need to establish through a forensic investigation is who handled the documents and how were the documents handled. It does not come out of the reports that are furnished to us. And I would like the forensic audits to go and establish exactly who handled the documents. And if Mr. Cartwright handles the documents and there are issues pertaining to changing and falsification of information, it then justifies the outcome of the audit report. From where I'm sitting, I am not aware who managed the document. I would place that responsibility on the chairperson because that is what is expected of him.
Thank you. So can I ask that you look at the conclusions of the audit report at 4.3, also on page 451. 4.3.
I'm the Honorable Chair.
Or maybe let's start with 4.2. A significant finding that is made is that absolutely none of the bidders should have actually proceeded towards the next phase of evaluation. Do you agree?
I cannot dispute 4.2.
At 4.3, the internal audit report finds that the BEC, the evaluation committee, did not have the appropriate skill and competency to evaluate the bid. Your comment?
The levels of the members who were at BEC is at the Major General level. It's a fairly experienced and fairly senior position in the South African Police Service. In fact, it's 2 levels down from the National Commissioner. The appointment of these members, it is explicitly indicating that, and they are quite knowledgeable about the process. What is stated in the appointment letter and what is stated in the audit report is concerning. But I'm of the opinion that they were experienced to perform the job that they were performing by virtue of the level they are in, and by virtue of the experience they have, and by virtue of the number of tender processes they may have dealt with in the past.
The second sentence in 4.3 says, evidence of individual bid scoring evaluation sheets could not be found in the bidding file. So when the internal auditors went to the files to look for the individual scoring sheets, those could not be found in the files. Your comment?
The methodology that was used by the bid evaluation committee probably was of the fact that they consolidated the discussion, but they are in a best position to attest to how they have used the methodology that they have used.
And so I just want to go back with you over this, your response. The criticism that is being put forward is quite a significant one, in that they couldn't even find evidence of the individual bid scoring. The recommendation was then taken to your committee, the bid adjudication committee. Your committee, as I understand it from the delegation of powers, is required to at least satisfy itself that these functions were done and properly done. So insofar as the criticism and the finding from audit is that they could not even find the individual scoring sheets, is that not a significant finding as against not only the bid evaluation committee, but also the committee that eventually made the award?
Honorable Chair, my response to that is that the bid evaluation report has provided us a consolidated report of the members of the bid evaluation committee. And that consolidated report gave us a picture of what were the reasons for disqualification of certain suppliers, not individual score sheet. And that was sufficient enough for us to look at the reasons provided by the bid evaluation committee for disqualification.
General Fani, are the bid evaluation committee members required to give a consolidated report, or are they individually required to score the bids?
It depends on the nature of the tender that we have. For an example, in this instance, they were not scoring. They were looking at compliance. Technical evaluation, you either had that competence or you didn't. And if you had the competence, you would qualify to the next stage. If you didn't have that competence, you would not go. For an example, in this tender, if we had allocated points for each level or for each competence required, and let's say, for instance, that individual does not have a qualified dietitian, if a dietitian was required, and we give them 0, they would, if they get the threshold required for that tender, they would have proceeded without a dietitian, and we need a dietitian. Therefore, in order for us to make sure that all the elements of this bid are all the requirements for this service are met, every little point on that bid specification ought to have been met. So I'm of the opinion that the committee looked at all the documents and they jointly look at whether these companies have got that. If there were points allocation required, each individual would have had to score their points, because you would have wanted to have an overall point and make sure that the threshold of that specific bidder is met as per the tender that was advertised. There was no threshold indicated in the bid because all attributes were required. Any tender that did not meet any of the attributes ought not to have been pulled into the price and BEE evaluation. I am of the assumption that that's the methodology that they used to look at the tenders and look at whether the tender, but they are in a best position to advise how and what methodology they used with regards to this tender.
But what I'm asking you, because your committee eventually awarded this tender, was whether there was a requirement for individual evaluation or consolidated evaluation. Were there requirements in the bid specifications that would have required individual evaluation?
It's not in the tender process. It is in it. The tender, the procurement policy of subs speak of into scoring sheets.
Yes. Can I clarify?
Sure.
In terms of the specifications,
Sure.
were there specific specifications that would have required individual scoring, or was a consolidated in respect of all the specifications sufficient? That's what I'm asking you. Was there in the specifications the type of specifications that would have required individual scoring?
The specification we would not put administrative functions into a bid spec. The functions of the bid evaluation committee are not in the bid spec. They are in the procurement policy. So in the bid specification, there wasn't mention of each member having to score independently, but there is pronouncement in the procurement policy that should happen.
can I just get your clarification? Was there, I get it, not in the specifications or so on, was there an element in the evaluation that would have required individual scoring by the members of the evaluation committee? You indicated in your response now that if there were points that would be, it wasn't a yes/no answer, it was points that had to be allocated, then that would have to be done on an individual basis. I am asking you, was there aspects of this particular bid that would have required individual evaluation?
Not as far as I'm concerned, no.
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 So can you now turn to paragraph 4.5 of the conclusions? Or can we maybe start at paragraph 3.7? Internal audit finds that the bid adjudication committee did not exercise due care in considering the evaluation report of the bid evaluation committee. What is your comment there?
I don't agree.
You don't agree?
I don't agree.
At paragraph 4.5, it then requests, then it states that members of the bid adjudication committee and the bid evaluation committee should be subjected to disciplinary processes for failing to prevent irregular expenditure. Your comment?
Each member will have to go and exonerate themselves in that process.
Can we turn back to your statement, please? So now, leaving the audit report, having received these two audit reports, would you agree with me that the findings in the audit report are significant?
Yes, they are.
And would you agree with me that they demonstrate, or at least signify, that there were some significant irregularities in the awarding of this awarding of this particular contract?
Based on the issues picked up in the evaluation process, the tender should have not been awarded, yes.
Now, stepping back, where do you believe the errors and flaws occurred, in your opinion?
The issues that are picked up in this report indicate that in our bid evaluation processes, we have deficiencies. We've also acknowledged that there are deficiencies in the meeting that we had with my team, and we need to have tighter controls with regards to that. We also need to get to the point where we have to look at the nominations that we get for members to sit in the bid evaluation committees. We also need to make sure that within the procurement, if there are elements of criminality and there are specific individuals that that have been found in other processes or otherwise, we have to be in the position to manage or deal with that and make sure that there are seamless issues with regards to our procurement. We have already started and embarked on a number of corrective actions that we need to put in place in that process, and we are implementing them at this current moment.
General Fani, in relation to, so you say that you now looking back believe that there were errors and flaws and irregularities, and given that there's a criminal investigation, the possibility of corruption in the bid evaluation process. Would you agree that there may have been, and maybe placing it no higher, deficiencies in the bid, in the processes that were led by you in the bid adjudication committee?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that question.
Yes. So you agree that there may have been errors in the bid evaluation committee, but would you agree that there may have been some errors and flaws in the committee that was chaired by you, the bid adjudication committee?
I wouldn't say that, because if you look at the completeness of the report that was tabled at the bid adjudication committee, it was complete to a point that it was easy to even adjudicate on that tender. What we are looking for, as I have indicated earlier, is the flow from a procurement perspective, procurement process perspective of events, and from the bid specification perspective, we also have looked at the flow, and the flow indicated in the report that everything was in order. What we've also looked at was where the grounds for disqualification of suppliers justified, if you look at what was contained in the bid specification, and we have established that they were justified. What was not indicated, that there was an omission that advanced the suppliers forward to the next level of, is something that we could not detect. You have mentioned that we've indicated that there was corruption. In the procurement process cannot detect corruption. It just makes sure that the process is fair, transparent, and that if there are elements of corruption that are apparent, we will then be in the position to expose those. But in terms of detection of corruption, which may have happened outside of the procurement process, we might not be able to detect that. But we are applying our mind to make sure that what has been advertised as a tender and what has been provided in terms of the evaluation report to us is indeed, they are indeed mirroring. And we have done that, and we have done the due diligence as the bid adjudication committee.
And maybe let me put this to you, because it's in my mind and I would like to be able to get your view. Your evidence in relation to the bid adjudication committee was that they considered the report, and on the basis of the report they were given, that they felt satisfied that it was sufficient. You say that there was no independent verification that the bid adjudication committee did. It didn't call for more documents. It didn't ask to see what was underlying the report. It looked at the report and satisfied itself only by looking at the report. If the criticism is made to the bid adjudication committee that it was no more than a rubber stamp, what would your comment be to that?
I have tried and demonstrate that in other matters, we have indeed demonstrated that we are not just rubber stamping. We do look at attributes of other things that needs to happen. In this tender specifically, we have received information. What we also rely on, which I should not take away, is the quality criteria that is embedded in the process. The verification of the source documents is done within the procurement environment, and they sign to satisfy that they have looked at the information and it is to their satisfaction. What we then have to do, when we pick up an anomaly, we would go and probe on that anomaly. For an example, when this tender came to us the first time, we did not adjudicate because the validity of the tenders was questionable. So we referred it back until that validity was done. And only when we were comfortable that validity was okay, we adjudicated the tender. So we do look at other things that are critically important with regards to the adjudication process.
Can I ask this? Doesn't the process that you outline at least highlight this vulnerability? It is easy to manipulate the bid adjudication committee because all you have to do is ensure that you don't highlight the anomaly in the report, because it doesn't then pick up that there's an anomaly. If the report doesn't highlight the anomaly and it sits outside the report and is in the bid documents, the bid adjudication committee itself does not exercise an independent mind, does not itself do any independent checks, and therefore it would never be able to pick up any anomalies in the adjudication process. Your comment?
Honorable Chair, we have since put together a property audit team to assist us with looking and verifying that suppliers that are advanced have been advanced correctly, and that they should not have been disqualified, so that the process of adjudication is done in a seamless way. If we were to verify each and every document that we have received, as I've indicated earlier, it will become a cumbersome process. The property audits will then assist us in terms of making sure that they validate that indeed the processes that we did, that the BEC went on or embarked upon, were indeed above board. You are correct in your deduction. We have picked up that, and we have put corrective measures in place to make sure that there's a property auditors from the internal audit department between the bid evaluation and the bid adjudication committee to pick up any anomalies that could not have been transparent in the process. It then also has indicated to us that the quality assurance processes that we have put in place are not serving us as a bid adjudication committee, because they ought to have picked up these anomalies, but they did not. And therefore we needed to put in place another measure, and we have put that measure in place with immediate effect.
And this may be my second to last question. As I understand it, what you're telling the public and what you're telling the committee is these are forward-looking measures that you have put into place. But as at the time of this adjudication, if the flaw was not in the report, it would not have been picked up by your committee.
Absolutely. I tried to find a way to reason this in a scientific manner. And the closest I can explain how some of these things could have gone through was in a bank environment. Was in a bank environment. The teller had no means to determine whether the note was a fake or not. And lifting up in the air was not sufficient for them to do that. And a machine was introduced to look at those things, to eliminate the issue of fake notes that goes into the banking system. And what we have done now, in the absence of technology, we've got the property audits that are in place. But I have indicated that for us to have a solid and seamless process, we need to have a technology that will assist us with regards to making sure that some of these things are rooted out of the process.
Thank you, General Fani. I made an undertaking that was my second to last question, so this is my last question. Can you, you have set out your views in your conclusion. I don't know if there's any of that you want to be able to read to the committee or set out and.
Honorable Chair, I have indicated that the things that we will look forward to, They are on page 30 and page 31. We are looking at making sure that we've got a seamless procurement within the South African Police Service, and we are working tirelessly with Internal Audit and Risk and Assurance Committee to make sure that we implement these measures. We have a working document with my team that we are implementing, and we are hoping that we will be in the position to do this. The issue of these contracts, this is the only contract in my entire career that was cancelled under my authority, and I take it as a serious concern that at least in the last 32 years of my working life, I have one contract that was cancelled. I wanted to leave the service with 0 contracts that do that, and I will work tirelessly to make sure that the controls are in place. Together with internal audit, we will make sure that we are okay with regards to the tender processes. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, that would be the witness's evidence in chief. Thank you.
I'm giving you a standing ovation. Honorable members, can we applaud her? We are very proud of you. Next time, if you need any kennisgeving, you can mention the name of Honorable Shongwe, Honorable James, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Brayton Bach, Honorable Kola Barnett, and say they know me. And we will never forget this moment that the parliament of your country has given you an opportunity to lead evidence here, and you did it very magnificently. We are very proud of you, and we hope that you will keep the standard. You must not grow feathers, and you must not grow horns. Just continue to serve to your abilities. This was splendid. 8 Sonderlek. Honorable members, it's now 15:24. We are starting at 15:30. And the first speaker here is going to be Honorable Skosana. He has made a request to me that we may have to bring him earlier on the list of speakers. We are allocating 20 minutes per speaker, and that is inclusive of the responses. And we follow the same approach that we followed yesterday. We don't take follow-up questions in between the questions and the responses until all of us are done. And the chairperson has declared yesterday that he is not a time storage. There is nobody who is going to be allowed to use half of a time and say, I'm going to come back. If we give you 20 minutes and you finish in 5 minutes, the 15 minutes are no longer usable or reusable. Who else wants to come after Honorable Skosana, or is it only you? Is it you, Brayton Bach? Okay, we will take Honorable Skosana, then we will take you, and then we will go to Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable I want you to start at past.
And start now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Fani, thank you so much. We have come to the end of presentation of evidence. We are now at a point where, or at a phase where honorable members are going to ask you questions. And then you will respond to the best of your abilities. Are we okay?
I'm okay, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, I think we came back at 14 hours. We normally run for 3 hours and take a break. Yeah, but at any time you feel like you want a comfort break, you can always indicate to the chair.
I've been drinking a lot of water. May I take 1 minute and then
Okay.
come back? Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Is it granted, Chair? Sorry. Thank
No,
you.
I have agreed to it. Okay. Honorable Skosana, may we please start? Your time expires at 10 minutes before 4. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lieutenant-General Fani. Chair, I want to emphasize that one. Today we have a doctor in our midst. And when he arrives here, he arrives as a doctor and he will leave here as a doctor as well. Good afternoon, sir. The doctor is busy there.
Honorable Chair, I'm listening
Yeah,
attentively.
because we are alone. Normally we are used to witnesses, especially at your level, who brings legal team. You know, at the back there, I could see that you can do things for yourself. You know, others who came in here before you, they normally have, a legal team behind them. But today, I've just seen you are the only person and from government who came here alone. And I want to give you a thumbs up on that. That normally we have seen people coming with a lot of people here. Now, you explain to us in terms of the procedural compliance of this award, in particular the Ket Matlala one. Am I right?
Correct, Honorable Chair.
Lieutenant General, you confirm that SAP's procurement is strictly governed by the National Instruction 9 of 2020, delegated of an authority documents and SAP's procurement framework. Am I correct?
Among others, correct.
And none of those instruments were suspended or varied on this tender. Am I right? None of these instruments were suspended or varied for this tender. Yes or no?
Correct. Yes.
Was this tender included, duly approved on annual procurement plan submitted by the National Treasurer?
It was part of the plan.
Do you have any documentation showing the Treasurer accepted the plan without reservation?
The requirement from National Treasury is for us to submit the plan, and they acknowledge having received the plan. And on periodic basis, which is quarterly, then we must furnish additions to the plan or deviations to the plan and the progress to the plan. And we are complying to that requirement.
I'm going to rephrase my question once again. Do you have any documentation to show that Treasury accepted the plan without any reservation?
Honorable Chair, the process from National Treasury is to accept receipt, and if there are concerns, they will highlight those concerns. There is normally no written approval of the plan on record, and the answer is no. We do not have such, but the report was received, and we are providing feedback on quarterly basis based on that plan. The assumption is that the plan was accepted because they have not indicated any deviations.
So there was no reservation from Treasury?
Nothing received by my office from them.
Bid specification committee, in terms of legitimacy, I'm going there now. You stated that the BSc members were nominated by HRM and demand management and approved by you, am I right?
Correct.
Did you independently verify their competency?
The letter that appointed the individuals from HRM did indicate that they have the competence. We wrote to them and say they must appoint competent people, and the letter came back and says they are competent. I'm forgetting the word that was indicated there to indicate the high level of competence that they have. If I find it in the attachments, I will indicate it to you. But that's the expectation, and that's what was confirmed.
So you approved that plan without any hesitation because you were sure of the competency?
Not only the competence, Honorable Chair, but also the level of seniority of the members and the experience they have in the field of work that they are in.
But today we are finding ourselves wanted, irrespective. Regarding this tender of Ket Matlala, am I right?
Correct.
Did you receive any objection or red flag concerning about the BEC composition before the tender was advertised?
No, Chair.
Were the specifications reviewed by legal service or any internal audit before advertisement?
It is not the requirement in the process. The answer is no, Chair.
Now, you just said that at that time you did not have the probate team, am I right?
Correct, Chair.
And why?
I don't have an answer to that. I think at that time we relied on the embedded quality assurance processes that we had, and later we picked up that those embedded quality assurance processes were not sufficient, and then we needed to have more levels of quality assurance. We may have to review these levels and squeeze them down so that we may have a streamlined and a shorter procurement process, because we're now going to have very tedious levels in the process. We just have to be left with a level that provides us with the quality assurance that we require. At the moment, we have added the probity audits to provide us with that assurance.
Now, the internal audit alleged that the tender was advertised for 20 days instead of the 21 days. Do you still maintain that the advertisement meant the minimal legal threshold?
It was for 20 days, which was in contravention with the administrative functions as included in the regulations of Treasury.
So am I correct that they've breached the normal tender system?
Regulation, yes.
And what is the consequence management regarding that?
Each member or each functionary or each group that has been found to have transgressed the regulations would have to be subjected to a consequence management process. And that consequence management process will start as soon as we have finalized the forensic investigation of this matter. You would note the feedback that was given by the National Commissioner that disciplinary processes for any of the members that were part of any of the committees would be put in abeyance until such time that the forensic investigations is concluded.
You know what is amazing, Doc? You might not have been there then, but the people who were evaluating the bid for blue lights were arrested. Am I right?
I'm informed, and yes, they were.
They were arrested. Do you agree?
As far as I have knowledge, yes, they were.
But Brigadier Jonker, Lieutenant Colonel Malan, Captain Cartwright, and the list is endless. Major General, there's a certain name which I'm not sure whether it's German, Zinge Melier. Those people and others were not arrested. Am I right for this tender?
I have not looked at the details of the people that were involved. It happened prior to my time, but I do know that that tender people were arrested for having contravened one area or the other.
Yeah, but this one, I'm talking about the one which is cancelled now. This one, not the blue light. I'm talking about these members that who were evaluating this tender, this one in particular, the Ket Matala one. They are still roaming free.
I'm not privy to the determination test that was done, and I'm not privy to the disciplinary process they underwent at the time. I would not comment on that at this moment, Chair.
Thank you. Internal audit says that the BEC lack appropriate skills. You disagree, or do you agree with that?
I have indicated that the appointment was explicit that they are knowledgeable, and the seniority of the individual and the time they have spent.
But sorry, Doc. Do you agree or you don't agree with that? The internal audit is the one which says that, your internal audit.
My determination of competence was the confirmation of those who nominated them to be part of the BEC. How the internal audit arrived at the incompetence, I cannot respond to that.
So in other words, your internal audit, you don't have a trust in your internal audit.
We do disagree from time to time, but we do have a sound relationship.
Did you personally verify the qualifications or experience of these BEC members before approving their appointment?
No, Chair.
Internal audit, again, found no individual scoring sheets. Can you confirm whether such sheets existed at any point?
In this tender?
Yes.
I have not gone to that level to check. I have only received a consolidated report. And the reason why I'm giving that answer, Chair, is that I have not had full access to the records. I have been out of office for the last 2 months on training. I only had yesterday to come and verify some of the information. It could be there, but I cannot vouch for its existence or its non-existence. Had I had an enough opportunity to go through all the documents, I would have been in a position to have a clear answer.
Let me put it to you. If they do not exist, how did the BEC comply with the requirement of each member to evaluate independently on this tender? Besides that, you were out of office. I guess before you went on leave or whatever, you should have known that, because we are talking about something which has happened, I think, 6 to 8 months ago now. Am I right?
No, I've been gone for 2.5 months. Honorable Chair, in my evidence, I have indicated that in instances where there are thresholds to be met, an individual scoring would have been expected and a consolidation then done, and that would have, the consolidated would then have found prominence in the evaluation report that gets submitted to BAC. In this instance, the methodology that was used could be proper, spoken to by the evaluators, but what we have received as bid adjudication committee is the consolidated report of the evaluation of the bid evaluation committee, duly signed by members of the bid evaluation committee.
Yeah, but there were a lot of defects. Procedural defects are so clear in this tender, and I think you must accept that. I don't want to go deeper because it will eat a lot of our time. But they are there. It's clear that there's a lot of wrong things which happened to this Ket Matlala tender here.
The errors that were picked in the evaluation process, I agree to some of those, and unless those that I have explicitly indicated I don't agree to, but in total, this tender should have not been awarded. That's what I had said in my evidence.
Now, you know, I wanted to ask for documents which will show us what exactly happened. But I'll ask, did staff check whether Media 24 or Mr. Matlala himself had ever been flagged by any organ of the state before the award?
Yes, we have.
And what was the result?
Not flagged.
I'm sorry?
Not flagged.
At all?
At all.
Now, did staff verify any third-party arrangement on this issue? I think the evidence leader asked about it in terms of franchise agreement or ownership structures before this award.
Chair, I have spoken to that I have no knowledge of existence of such. In fact, the audit report has indicated that there is such an evidence in the document, but it was not duly signed by the franchisee. So there is such an arrangement, but it is not fully or completely signed by the franchisee. I'm not sure whether the franchisor signed it, but it in terms of the audit report, it exists, but it was not signed.
Now, your internal audit says the facilitators created a corruption risk. Did you ever receive any prior audit cautioning against the use of, in this tender? Because remember, as the BAC chair yourself, where you certify about all these matters which I've raised here, did you satisfy yourself that all the boxes were ticked?
In as far as the report is concerned, in as far as the bid specification is concerned, we have satisfied ourselves, and we have relied on assurance as well as an additional cushion. The issue of facilitators as a risk has never been flagged with me. It only has found prominence in this audit report, and it is something that I'm going to work on to make sure that how do we then assign those responsibilities in a process, because those responsibilities has to be done.
Thank you. Let me come to the ministerial power. General, you agree that the PMFA vests the accounting officer, not the minister, with responsibility for procurement compliance, correct?
Yes, PFMA is an administrative act.
Did the minister issue a written directive to halt or cancel the tender?
The engagement and the
General, let me ask this question again, because otherwise sizobuyela lapha kule nto yaka Dr. yaka Mrs. Dehas. Did the minister issue a written directive to halt or cancel the tender? Yebo noma cha?
Do you want to deprive him of his doctorate?
I have not seen any directive nor written confirmation from the minister
Yes.
instructing for cancellation.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
Which is why worrisome, Doc? Which is why worrisome? You are a divisional commissioner. You should have known by now whether the minister, was this a minister's directive or the national commissioner directive to cancel the tender?
The matter is an administrative matter, and
Thank you.
The accounting officer ought to have cancelled the tender, not the minister.
Now, the national commissioner wrote to media 2024, Medcare 24, on March 24, 25, requesting reason why the contract should not be terminated. Do you remember that?
I was informed, yes.
Was this done because of the ministerial directive?
It was done as a result of the internal audit report that has highlighted the defects in the
Not
process.
the minister.
Not as far as I'm concerned. But
Yeah, because you said you don't know, I remember.
Yes.
Was the BAC consulted before the cancellation was initiated?
No,
So they left you in the limbo.
correct?
Was the legal service consulted before the cancellation was initiated as well?
It is my understanding that internal audit and legal services worked on the cancellation process.
Do you accept that ministerial intervention in this procurement award process can be amount to unlawful interference if not grounded in the PMFA? Am I right?
I have indicated that the Minister Mkhwanazi at the time was concerned about the reputation of South African Police Service and he needed an explanation. And as a result of that, the National Commissioner was asked to look into the matter and he instituted investigations. The involvement of the minister after that meeting is unknown to me. I never had a subsequent meeting after that with the minister or any person relating to this matter.
My last one will be, you know now, if you were employed by SAPS from Treasurer, if I remember well, at the level of Lieutenant General, based on your qualification and experience, outside SAPS without policing experience, why the same process is turned into a criminal offense regarding the employment of Brigadier Mukwele and SAPS at SAPS crime intelligence, in your view?
I do not know the merits of the matter and the circumstances around the appointment of the other person. I do not have any view.
You know, General, I know that you must close ranks, but I'm just asking to say, because you know that HR matter made some people to be arrested because I mean, it's not an alleged. We know that the Brigadier Mukwele is not a trained policewoman. But as we are sitting here with you, we know that General Mkhwanazi and other generals, I mean, General Kumalo and other generals were arrested. So you don't have a view on that?
If all the boxes, like they say in English, the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, there is no justification for arrest.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable President Bach, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
There you
Honorable Member, Honorable Chair.
So, you're a Lieutenant General in the South African Police Service.
Correct.
That's an extremely high rank.
Correct.
These days, there seem to be a lot of lieutenant generals. In my day, it was not quite so many. It was a rank that few people attained, but it appears that many people have now attained that rank. Nevertheless, and your job description is what exactly?
I'm the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain within the South African Police Service, with delegated responsibilities and other delegated responsibilities assigned to other members in other divisions, but the tender process remains mine. Governance, compliance, monitoring, evaluation remains mine, together with internal audit as an anchor.
It's quite a big job. Lot of work for one man.
Indeed it is.
It's also an important job that carries a large level of responsibility.
It deals with the purse of government.
Yes, it deals with taxpayers' money.
Sure.
And so it needs to be dealt with a great deal of circumspection.
Sure.
Now, what bothers me, generally, is that throughout the day today, you've been saying things like, in my assumption, these processes were followed. I assume that they were competent. And I don't certainly expect you to know everything about everyone. That would be unfair. But certainly with a tender the size of this, I would expect you to become quite hands-on with ensuring that every I is dotted and every T is crossed. Did you do that?
We have been in the position to interrogate the information at our disposal. And based on what we have been in the position to adjudicate the tender, and we were satisfied at the Bid Adjudication Committee that indeed the I's and the T's have been dotted, have been taken care of.
I'm sorry, you appear to have misunderstood my question. Let me try again. Who is we? Are you referring to the royal we as yourself? Or are you talking about a group of people?
The Bid Adjudication Committee has members, and I'm part of the members of the Bid Adjudication Committee.
I presume you chair the Bid Adjudication Committee.
I am the chair. The role of the chairperson of the Bid Adjudication Committee is facilitation of the discussion in the committee, and all other responsibilities of the Bid Adjudication Committee make prominence in my function as well.
Where does the buck stop? With you?
The appointment of the Bid Adjudication Committee is that the Bid Adjudication Committee must adjudicate and award. It stops with the Bid Adjudication Committee, not me.
You're absolved of any responsibility?
The responsibility I have in the Bid Adjudication Committee is exactly the same as the responsibility of other members in the Adjudication Committee.
General, you either don't understand me or you're sidestepping me deliberately. I asked you what your job was. I asked you what your responsibilities are. And I want to know where the buck stops for tender procedures in the South African Police Service. And it appears to be with you. I'm not referring to Bid Adjudication Committees. We're talking about you.
The responsibilities with regards to procurement, I have some delegated functions, and some of the functions are with the accounting officer. The accounting officer has an ultimate responsibility, but he has delegated some of the functions to me, and I am carrying out those functions. The delegation of authority document clarifies other issues such as thresholds and whatever else that is clarified in that delegation documents.
So tell me then, who bears the responsibility? Which individual person, because there must be one, bears the responsibility for the mess that is this tender?
The irregular expenditure framework indicates that there must be a determination test done. And once the determination test has been done, there must be consequence management that's done. The determination test outcome or any other investigation will then determine who is at fault, and those people must then go through a consequence management process. The forensic investigation is underway, and once it is completed, we will then, with certainty, as indicated by the National Commissioner, we will then have certainty of who then takes the blunt with regards to the mess that we are in, if I were to quote what you said.
Yes, but I don't think anyone has any delusions about the fact that it's a mess. And someone is responsible for the wastage of a vast amount, yet again, of taxpayers' money. Would you agree?
Honorable Chair, one of the requirements of fruitless and wasteful expenditure is to determine whether there was value for money with regards to the tender, with regards to work that was done. The determination test was done. There was value for money. So the fact that the tender was irregular does not necessarily mean there was a wastage in terms of money. We did receive the service, and we have signed off the service that was received. It's critically important that the correct narrative is put out in the market, that irregular expenditure does not necessarily mean that money vanished. All that it means is that some of the legislative requirements have not been met, but the determination test determines whether there was value for money. And indeed, there was value for money. We have received services from the supplier, and there has been engagement with the supplier and the end user to determine whether the services were received and that money was paid. That misconception, I think we need to clarify. No money was wasted in this instant. However, the appointment of the supplier was irregular.
I'm not sure that it was irregular. I think that's probably putting it euphemistically. It certainly appears to me, and I'm sure other members here, that the appointment of the supplier was in all probability corrupt, which is a little more severe than irregular. Would you agree?
Until we receive the forensic audit, I will stick to what procurement prescripts determine, and which is irregular.
Yes. So you absolve yourself currently of all responsibility for this tender, the irregularity of it, and you don't consider it that it was your job to keep proper tabs on it.
My responsibility in this instance was to ensure that the bid adjudication committee does its job. In my opinion, the bid adjudication, with the information at their disposal, did the job. Whether there were other things in the bid evaluation committee, I must put it on record that because I'm the member of the bid adjudication committee, I cannot get involved in the bid. I'm the member of the bid adjudication committee. I cannot get involved in the bid evaluation committee matters. I have specifically stayed away from bid evaluation committee matters. If I do get involved in the bid evaluation committee matters, I must recuse myself at the bid adjudication committee. The procurement prescripts are very clear with regards to that. What I probably would have to go and do on my return to office would be to find a way, have a discussion with the National Commissioner and recuse myself from the bid adjudication committee so that I can make sure that the process right up to bid evaluation committee is done seamless. But the current setup does not give me permission to fiddle around with the bid evaluation committee. I'm not involved in the bid evaluation committee. I would have then transgressed because I can't be an evaluator and adjudicator at the same time. That's why we have put a layer of quality assurance to ensure that the quality is done properly. But that's a discussion I'll have with the National Commissioner upon my return to office.
Yes, well, that doesn't appear to have worked too well. Nevertheless, the Auditor General found with a specific bid that you think the bid adjudication committee did their job and did it properly and everything's hunky-dory. The Auditor General found that, in fact, there were 2 areas of non-compliance with this particular bid, yet it was still awarded. I'm sure you're aware of that. If you're not, I'll help you.
The involvement of the Auditor General. The Auditor General's involvement.
General, please, you talk a lot You take a long time to answer relatively simple questions, and you're actually wasting time. And I'm not talking about the involvement of the Auditor General. So listen carefully. The Auditor General found in this process that you say the Bid Adjudication Committee did their job. He found 2 areas of non-compliance. Are you aware of it?
The audit, we have provided the Auditor General with the report, and they also audited post-award. Prior to the award, the Auditor General had not looked at the matter. They personally came to me during the auditing cycle and requested the documentation, and I provided the documentation. They would not have been aware of the process prior to us having found out through our own internal processes that it had irregularities. I do not agree.
Well, the Auditor General found that the bid was awarded to a supplier who did not meet all of the phases of the evaluation criteria. And he found that the tender was not advertised for the 21 days as required by procedures.
The internal audit report had already picked up on those. The Auditor General picked up already what had been picked up by internal audit.
So then
And we have spoken to that.
So then explain to me why you think it is that the Bid Adjudication Committee did such a wonderful job.
The Bid Adjudication Committee, Honorable Chair, with the information at that disposal, adjudicated this tender. And the information at the disposal of the Bid Adjudication Committee, I'm of the opinion if it was to be given to any other person, they would arrive at the same conclusion. What the Bid Adjudication Committee did not know about was irregularities that happened which did not filter through in the report. And that is what we have highlighted in this committee earlier on, that we need to look into that. I think the evidence leader has probed on that one, that some of the irregularities that filtered in the report, if they were not picked up by internal audit, the report, and they do not find prominence in the report, they would not have been picked up. And I have indicated, yes, and I have indicated that.
No, you've already answered my question.
Yes.
Thank you. You can't just ramble on for as long as you feel like. I have no more questions. Chair, I'm saving the time for the Honourable Cameron, who has many questions to ask.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Mkhwanazi,
Molotot.
for the awarding of the Medicare 24 tender from Mr. Keti Matlan.
No,
Did you ever receive a bribe from anyone in respect of the same purpose?
no,
Did you ever get an instruction from your superior
no,
that against all odds, Medicare 24 must be given that tender?
no,
Are you aware of the implications if found to have deliberately misled Parliament, the legal implications of that?
correct, Honorable Chair.
Okay, let's go to your paragraph 19 of your statement. You make mention that the end user is actually the one who nominates those who must serve in the bid specification committee. So is there a criteria that defines how the end user, or what criteria must the end user use to nominate those particular individuals, or is just subjective from that particular end user?
Honorable Chair, the nomination criteria for members to serve in the bid specification and bid evaluation is that they should be technically knowledgeable with regards to the procurement that is being embarked upon.
That's the only criteria.
That's the
knowledgeable and credible
Yes.
in terms of the procurement policy.
The reason why we appoint a chairperson and the facilitators from a procurement environment is so that they can bridge the gap with regards to the procurement knowledge.
Do you confirm that the people who served in respect of this particular tender, the people who served in the bid specification committee, are knowledgeable and credible?
The members are operating in that in that space and they are section heads in that space, they ought to have been knowledgeable with regards to the services that are required with regards to this. What made it easier for me with regards to this one, the section heads at the level of Major General who manage the section and who know exactly what needs to be delivered were part of the bid specification as nominated.
Are they
by-
credible?
There is no reason for me to doubt their credibility at that time.
Are the people serving in the bid evaluation committee credible and knowledgeable?
Knowledgeable, I would say yes. Credible,
You don't know.
I don't know. I do not have
not make
a
sure.
measure.
Are you not the one who's supposed to agree on the nominations of individuals to the BC?
I am.
So how do you not know if they are credible? If the policy instructs you to appoint people who are credible in the BC, how do you not know whether those people that would have been appointed in the BC are credible? What criteria was used? If you say the criteria is credible and knowledgeable.
We are using quite a number of things in our in the policing environment. One of the things that probably was used by the end user to nominate this was to look at their
No, let's
disciplinary-
leave the end user now.
Yeah.
The end user is already nominated.
Yes.
The ball is in your court.
Yeah.
You are the final arbiter of who must serve in the BC. Then are you confirming before Parliament that the people you would have agreed that they must be appointed to the BC are credible?
The criteria used is knowledge, not credibility. It is expected of every member of the South African Police Service to be credible in their dealings.
General Fani. It's towards the end of the week for us to fight. It's in your statement. You say in your statement, the procurement policy instructs you or obligates you to appoint credible and knowledgeable people. So don't dismiss credible now.
Sure.
It's too late for you to dismiss credible now because you have done that statement under oath.
Yes.
Now, I'm saying, are you saying, confirming before Parliament that the people who served in the bid evaluation committee are credible? You said they are knowledgeable. We have taken that.
Sure.
Are they credible?
I cannot vouch on credibility.
Okay, so you appointed people in the BC that you can vouch their credibility.
Correct, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. What does both the preliminary and the final internal audit results suggest about the credibility and the knowledgeability of those people?
It only single out the facilitator. It's very silent on the rest of the BC
Okay.
members.
That's fine. You say there are moments where you appoint consultants to assist the bid evaluation committee.
Ever since I got into the South African Police Service, we have not.
No, I'm saying, you say in your
Yes, in
statement.
the policy, yes.
In the policy says
Yes.
there are moments where you have to reinforce the BC with consultants.
Yes.
So, in your own knowledge or the information you have received, has this been done before or when you were there? How much has it costed? Because as I'm seeing it, it's what criminal lawyers would call a trial within a trial. So you have got a procurement within a procurement process. You're undergoing a procurement process for another item. Now you have to procure the services of the consultants to assist the procurement of this item. So that's why I'm terming it, criminal lawyers call it a trial within a trial. This looks like a procurement within a procurement.
In the 3.5 years of me being in South African Police Service, I have not appointed consultants to do our procurement. We have only in line with the agreements we have with CETA, activated some of the procurement in line with the CETA Act with CETA. And we have, in terms of knowledge of AMSCO, have asked them to do some of the procurement of some of the ammunition and firearm procurement. But in terms of sourcing services of consultant outside, we have not, in as far as I have been in South African Police Service.
Paragraph 22, you mentioned that drafting specification, which I agree with you, drafting specification of a tender, in particular of this nature, is too much technical because it's a healthcare related tender. It requires a technical skill. So do you have an internal technical skill within the specification? Did you have, in respect of this tender, I don't want to generalize, did you have an internal technical skill in your bid specification committee that has led to the awarding of this tender?
The appointed bid specification committee have the technical skills required.
Okay. So all the specification processes that which you table on paragraph 24.3 have been followed. Paragraph 24.3.
I'm going through that.
You detailed there a lot of issues in relation to the specification process and all that. So in respect of this tender, was all that process followed in due course? And is the audit report in actual agreement with that?
All of them have been looked at, and they are there in the evaluation report. But there has been an audit finding on 24.3.1. Yeah, only on 24.3.1.
So there is only one aspect where the internal audit finding says this one was not adhered to.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe it will take us back to the credibility of your PEC members. Ne? Maybe we'll go there later. Since your appointment in the supply chain management unit, have you ever found officials colluding with service providers for purposes of awarding tenders?
No.
Have you ever found consultants, even if prior your arrival, ever been consultants who have been found to have colluded with service providers and bribe service providers to gain tenders, or most importantly, consultants colluding with service providers to give them information in respect of the specification, the budget, and all the stuff?
There's only one matter that I can recall where we have found that the suppliers on the panel had prior knowledge of the budget. And that's a recent matter that was highlighted to me by the acting head of DPCI. And we have dealt with that matter. We are dealing with that matter, rather.
It's one incident.
That's the only incident that I
At
can
what stage
recall.
is it now? How are you dealing with the matter, and at what stage is it now?
We have advised the end user. It was a few days prior to my departure. I have advised in writing the end user on the process that needs to be followed. They must report the case to SAPS, well, to a police station rather, and have a case number, and then they must then go through a process of making sure that they restrict the supplier if the supplier is found wanting through the investigation that they need to have.
When are you going back to office?
I will be back on the 12th of December.
This year?
I probably would be back in office in January.
Okay. Will you be able to formulate a written report in respect only of this aspect
that.
of this process?
I-
To update the committee on the detail of what you have found and the consequence management steps that you are taking.
I have access to my emails. I'll prompt the Lieutenant General in that space to furnish me with what happened in that space in my absence, and then I will finish that report. I would request the committee to send us a request, but I have noted.
You can whisper to that man on your right when we're done. It's going to give you the details. Okay, who is responsible on putting together the procurement plan that you regularly submit to the National Treasury?
The ultimate responsibility is mine. The needs are compiled by the end users. The demand manager or the component head demand puts together the plan. The process within the subs is that we present the plan to the National Commissioner, who is the accounting officer, for his sign off, and he does that, and we send it to the National Treasury for consideration.
No consultants.
No, we do it ourselves.
Do the items you submit in your procurement procurement plan contain the specification of the item you are to procure and the cost therefore?
We have cost estimates,
Cost estimates, yeah.
and we've got a service and a description of a service, not the specification.
Not
per
the
se.
specification.
No.
Okay. Chair, I'm not sure if News 24 is here. Last week they issued an article. This article suggests that Mr. Ket Vosumzimatlala leased or rented clinics or healthcare facilities from the SAPS 6 months before he was awarded the 360 million rands contract. Are you aware of that?
The article is incorrect. The rental of facilities is not done by subs. It's done by Public Works. Vosimuziket Matlala rented the facilities at Public Works.
Okay.
But
this is the crux of the issue. I get your point, and we did not say SAPS.
No.
This is the crux of the issue. The issue is there are healthcare facilities that are rendered by Mr. Matlala 6 months before getting the healthcare tender from SAPS. Is that report accurate? Is that report accurate that Mr. Matlala was given a lease for the use of healthcare facilities in the state before he was actually awarded a 360 million tender 6 months before that? Is the report accurate?
That report is accurate.
Okay. They call him a tender prophet. They call him a tender prophet because only a prophet would have known that in the next 6 months, a tender requiring these same facilities would be awarded to me. Now, this actually raises a serious concern in the eye of the public, because it suggests that 6 months before the SAPS undertook the process to award the tender, Mr. Matlala knew. As a result, he was preparing to work in respect of that tender. In the eye of the public, as we talk, me and you now.
Correct. I must put it on record, as I have indicated, Chair. We had no knowledge as subs how and the dealings or how Mr. Matlala acquired the facility at Public Works. All we know is that Public Works had indicated to us that we must vacate the facilities.
Because Mr. Matlala is coming.
They just informed us that there is a supplier appointed. And we refused to vacate the facilities because we have a need for the facilities. Under no circumstances was SAPS involved in the facilitation of the acquisition of that facility. From my perspective, my department under General Stolle is responsible for the lease. General Stolle had no knowledge of that, and we have advised the National Commissioner accordingly. The National Commissioner has written to Public Works on numerous occasions indicating to them that we will not vacate that facility, and that's the position that we are still holding even
So
today.
you were told to vacate the premises or the
We were-
facilities because the great prophet, Pastor Matlala, is coming.
We were told to vacate because a supplier has
So
signed
the
a
supplier
lease.
was not named.
No.
Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. Okay. Did this process undergo quality assurance? And what was the results thereof?
I'm not sure which process, sir.
The entire
Honorable Chair.
process of appointment from BC, the procurement process, was it quality assured?
I have indicated the quality measures that we have in the process. I have indicated that the bid spec has a quality assurance that sits. I have indicated that there's a level of quality assurance, pre-tender quality assurance. I have indicated post-tender closing, and prior to tabling at BC, there's 2 levels of quality assurance that takes place there. And we have, futuristically, there's probity now, but there are quality assurance processes that we have embedded in the process.
Were there any procurement procedures that were flouted in awarding the tender?
The internal audit has picked up that the suppliers that should have not advanced to the next level through the evaluation process have been advanced. Yes, the process
Has
were-
there
were
been a
flouted.
consequence management affected to those found to be responsible for that?
I have indicated that the National Commissioner is waiting for the forensic investigation, and I think I preempt that his understanding is that he needs to have a holistic picture of who else was involved in the process so that we can have everybody going through the disciplinary process at once and not to have others left out of the process. And yes, in terms of the framework published by National Treasury, anyone that is found to have led a tender into irregularities, consequence management must be initiated and concluded.
Does the internal audit report say anything about your BEC people? Does it say anything about flouting or irregular process about your BEC people? I hear you are the custodian. You know, someone was here.
Of the BEC.
Someone was here
Yes.
who said he had spectacles as well. It said, "I'm the custodians of all dockets in the country."
Yeah.
So when now you are a custodian of all the BEC members. So are there any BEC members who would have been fingered in these procurement irregularities by the internal audit report?
No, internal audit report is silent in terms of who, but they have singled out the facilitator, and the facilitator can only be one person, but they have not mentioned the name. But they have indicated that the BEC and BAC, and I have responded to the evidence leader that consequence management would have to take place, and each member would then have to go and account.
You chair the BAC.
Yes, I do.
What measures do you take to ensure that every procurement process has been followed?
I do have the procurement. What I normally would do is to make sure that the processes pertaining to procurement process have been followed. I do make sure of that before the tender is advertised.
Just pause there. You'll continue. So you check if procurement processes were followed. Now let's take this part. We're going to proceed. Now, internal audit say No, in fact, there are procurement processes that were flouted. In a process where now you gave a thumbs up as the chair of the BAC. Do you think that consequence management must start with you? How would you have missed this great central thinking around any procurement process? That at least the process must be done. Then discussing who's given the tender is a different discussion, but the due process must be followed. Now you preside over a tender that is given to someone with flouted procurement processes. What must SAPS do to you?
Honorable Chair, I have indicated that in terms of the documentation that was provided to us and the reasons that were cited in the report, we have no reason not to believe the information that was provided to us. Honorable Chair, I've also indicated that we have interrogated the report jointly as the Bid Adjudication Committee, and we found nothing untoward what was presented to us. I must indicate at this present moment that, and I think I have also indicated that should there be any criminality that is built into the evaluation that took place, we might not be in the position to pick that in the procurement process, and that's where we are lacking. And we need to be in the position to have tools to be able to detect some of the criminality that may have been evident in the process. Passing a supplier that does not qualify for a criteria is criminality, and that should be condemned.
Okay. So you take the BEC report as it is, without verification, and adjudicate on the basis of what you affirmed as the BEC.
I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the report was complete. What maybe we need to do, as I've indicated, in order to have seamless processes that happens at the Bid Adjudication Committee, was to include another level that will give us that verification. The documents that we receive are voluminous. We are unable to go to each document and verify every information that is in the documents. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that it is impractical for Bid Adjudication Committee to go through each document that is provided. If that is the expectation of the committee, the Bid Adjudication Committee will have to be a standing committee, and their sole responsibility would be to do that. However, if there are any things that are presented in the document and they are untowards, Bid Adjudication Committee has a responsibility to do that. I have also demonstrated that we have, in some instances, I've demonstrated in the minutes where we have looked at and there were things that were missing, and we went back and requested that information. In this instance, the Bid Adjudication Committee members felt that they had sufficient information to adjudicate an award.
Do you agree with me that a tender process or procurement process can be done, concluded, and awarded within a space of 2 weeks after the closure of the advert?
In a normal environment, yes. The work of SAPS is of such a nature that the members of the bid evaluation committees might not be readily available to evaluate within a short space of time. But a normal tender process, 2-3 days, you can conclude the evaluation depending on the magnitude of the tender. But the availability of members of the bid evaluation committee vis-a-vis their responsibilities in the operational environment is the one that prolongs the process. It's one of the reasons that prolongs the process.
No, I was asking that because I don't understand why this rush to an extent that we even forget to follow the due process. The last issue is, are you aware of the referral of the tender to IDEC?
No.
Do you know that you don't know that the tender has been referred to IDEC for forensic audit?
I'm aware that it is referred to the forensic auditors, but whether that for the forensic auditors are IDEC, I don't know, but it could be.
Are you confident that that forensic audit result will not bring your name to have
I'm confident.
been at the wrong side of law.
I'm very confident.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Your Worship.
We'll pass the microphone to Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Lieutenant-General Fani. On paragraph 25, you reflect that Colonel Maleka, who was the acting section head, independently reviewed the bid evaluation committee report. Then, how is the independent review of the report undertaken? Can you reflect on that? And also reflect on the meaning of independent, because it is there on paragraph 25.
The Colonel Malika at this instance was the section head of the when this tender was being adjudicated, evaluated. By virtue of his position, he has to conduct the due diligence with regards to this tender. He may, at his behest, request others to assist him with the evaluation, but it is expected of him to do the quality check on this process and attach his signature that he has done this process. The same is expected of the component head.
No, I wanted you to reflect on the independent review of the bid evaluation committee report. Can you reflect on that? And also reflect what is the meaning of independent? Because I don't think that independency reflect to Colonel Malika alone, according to the paragraph 25. Can you read paragraph 25?
The section head of procurement, Colonel Malika, who was at the time the acting section head, independently reviews the bid evaluation committee report for accuracy and ensures it aligns with the advertised bid specification and all associated documents, such as the standard bid documents.
Yeah. Then I wanted to check if this was done by Colonel Malika or it is always done by the section head.
It is done by section head, and he's the acting section head. He was this acting section head at the time, and he has signed the document.
Then can you reflect how independent review of the bid evaluation committee report is undertaken? Can you reflect on that?
The requirements of this is to be in the position to look at what was advertised, what was received, and whether the bid evaluation committee has done the evaluation correctly and accurately. And when he has satisfied himself with those conditions, he can then sign the report and send it through to the component head, who will also do a verification of what he has received from the section head.
And then independent, what is the meaning of it?
Independent, he is assigned the responsibility.
Meaning that he alone can decide on that. That's my meaning of independent.
He may assign duties and responsibility, or him with others may be able to do that. But he's the
He
one.
can take that decision
He can take that decision.
and do it.
Yes.
Okay. Then again, on paragraph 26, how is the checking of calculation for pricing is undertaken? Is there a guiding framework on the calculations of prices?
The National Treasury has made a stipulation and has provided a formula on how to calculate.
So you use them.
We use the National Treasury formula to calculate.
And then paragraph 27. On paragraph 27, you talk of the section head verifying documentation that ensures that all claims in the report are supported by evidence. What will be the nature of the evidence in that regard?
Where it says where there was a requirement for a lease agreement, he would then have to ensure that that claim of having a lease agreement is evident in the document. So that's type of claims that that I'm talking about in this document, where it said that the supplier has, for an example, a registered nurse with occupational health. Such a claim will have to be verified, and there must be documents in the record for that claim. And if he's satisfied that all the requirements of that specification have been met, then he signs off and sends it forward for verification.
Okay. On paragraph 42, when you reflect on the chronology in the awarding of health risk services tender, that eventuality was awarded to Medicare 24, Tshwane District Pty Ltd. The meeting of the 16th January 2024, paragraph 18, that meeting was held. We talked to the pre-advertisement. And then on that pre-advertisement, there was an assurance group in component procurement that talks to a quality assurance group. Then what is their duty? What is their role? And what is the quality assurance group that we're looking for in that pre-advertisement meeting?
The role of this committee, Honorable Chair, is to make sure that there's a bid specification and the bid specification is complete. They then look at that the bid specification special conditions of contract have been populated and they are correct. They also look at that all the standard bidding documents that are required to be attached to the document are attached. They also have to look at that it is clear whether there is a side briefing or not. If side briefing was not included in the document, they would then go back to the bid specification committee and say, this commodity requires side briefing. Can you build it in the process? They will build that in the process. So they will look at the quality of documentation that has to go out on tender, pre-advertisement of that tender.
How is it constituted?
The component head, it is her responsibility to ensure that the tender is complete. She will constitute that at her behest. Normally it's a section head and the people that are working in that section head. You have two section heads in procurement, one that deals with movable government assets, which is anything that is portable to be carried around, and the other one is in the facilities space. So if it is a facilities document, the section head in facilities would then be roped in to make sure that they check that documentation and they sign it off.
Okay, then they will give you the report. Or where will their report go to?
Then they will ask from me the permission to advertise the tender, and I'll duly authorize that.
Okay. And on general subs procurement, there is a shared sentiment amongst provinces that the failure to decentralize procurement and maintenance of vehicles is one of the problems affecting the responsiveness of subs to crime. And then what is your view on that perception?
It would be ideal if we could decentralize some of the functions, particularly those that are not of strategic nature, the tactical matters. What we would not want to do is to render South African Police Service into loss of audit findings in terms of the quotation process that were followed. We also would not want to have subs to have abuse of the procurement system with regards to the three-code system. The risk has been identified in the three-code system in a sense that you could buy this water with 50 rand. If the three codes come, one says 47, one says 48, and one says 51, you will check the cheapest of the three. However, if you consolidate the demands, you may find that in a arranged contract, you could pay the price that is close to what the shops are selling, or slightly lesser or slightly higher, depending on the logistics that are involved. The costs is determined, and the transportation is also included in that pricing. So that decision to have centralized contract is to consolidate the demands and making sure that there's value for money, like National Treasury is doing with regards to the transversal contract, deriving value for money for government, and also making sure that there are not multiple entries and multiple things that needs to happen, which could render us into more irregular expenditure when the accounting officer come and audit. What we need to be doing is to look at whether the delegations in terms of drawing from these contracts has been duly done, and that the people have the authority to do what they're supposed to do. The challenge that we've got is that of financial authorities and availability of funds, and we are looking into that from a financial perspective. But decentralizing everything could put us in a much more severe and dire situation than we are in right now. We would have multiple people doing procurement, which could be to the detriment of the organization.
But can you say that you are being blamed for not responding on time to crime because of that?
Maybe, Honorable Chair, I need to come in here and explain what we're doing as procurement in the organization. Only the head office does the tenders. The procurement out of the transversal contracts, we're using mainly the transversal contracts from National Treasury, is done by the procurement in the provinces. The provinces have got a procurement structure, and that procurement structure is the one that has to respond to the needs of the procurement, and not my office. We have decentralized that function. It is there in the delegation of authority, and the delays that are happening in that space are not necessarily delays from my office. The provinces have got duly authorized delegated responsibilities in the procurement value chain.
Okay. As this committee, we have received a testimony that there is a culture of fear where officials cannot say no to the executive. They influence, they have an influence on procurement. Have you ever been faced with that, or influenced directly or indirectly?
I have never, in the 33 years of me being employed and a tax-paying citizen in this country, been approached by any of my principals or any other person to influence the procurement process and have corruption created. The answer is no.
Do you want to tell me that you have never been influenced to say that, take this company?
No, never.
Then on the issue of Medicare?
Never.
It went normal.
I saw Medicare submission at the BAC. Prior to that, I had no knowledge that who has bid it and who has tendered for this process. No, I have not.
Your role requires a great level of independence and transparency. Would you say that you are able to exercise independence in the execution of your duties? Can you say that?
I am totally independent. I have indicated, Honorable Chair, that the only leg of the procurement process where my involvement is not there is the evaluation process. Any other level, I independently exercise my responsibilities when presented with the information. I have also indicated, Honorable Chair, that upon my return, we would have to consider, I would have to have a conversation with the National Commissioner to withdraw me from the bid adjudication so that I can have a full grip of the procurement process right up to the submission of the tender to BAC, for that BAC to then evaluate and make sure that, and then I can be held accountable for anything that happens in the bid evaluation committee, because I would have reviewed everything and made sure that everything is done. At this current moment, with the authority given to me, I cannot be in the adjudication and be in the evaluation at the same time. It will be contradictory and it will amount to no segregation of duties.
Even a single member of the BAC has never influenced you
No.
for a particular tender.
I do ask, when you listen to the recording, you will take note that I do ask at the beginning of each BAC that anybody must declare anything or give any conflict. No member has, and I would then, if there was a member that has tried to influence me, I will declare in that committee because it is required of me to declare.
The negative was spread that says perception, that says supply chain in subs has been captured by top cops. Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure which top cops. I am responsible for procurement. I am not aware of that.
National Commissioner,
National Commissioner, in his personal
the
capacity,
deputy.
no one in subs has approached me. I cannot vouch as to whether they have approached other people, but in as far as I'm concerned, National Commissioner has never asked me to do him procurement favors.
We're not going to get a report that you are influenced by the deputy National Commissioner on this Matlala tender. We're not going to get that report.
You will not get that report because nothing of that nature happened.
If we
in as
get
far
it,
as
you'll
I'm concerned.
resign.
You will not,
resign immediately if we get that.
you will not get that report because it never happened.
Okay. On AG's findings, SAP's AG findings for 2025-2026 financial year reflects on that irregular expenditure has increased by 140%, reaching to 740 million. And the findings, they point to the weaknesses in the bid evaluation committee, who lack requisite skills and training and fail to exercise the due diligence when evaluating bids. Do you agree with that first?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to the Medicare 24 tender award, according to your knowledge, did the supplier certify all requirements in the evaluation criteria when the tender was awarded?
According to my knowledge, in as far as the report that was tabled at BAC, Honorable Chair, yes, they met the requirements.
Why are you sitting with the bid evaluation committee that doesn't have skills, required skills? What have you done
The bid
in addressing that? Because you are saying that you agree with AG, then what have you done?
The bid evaluation committees, we do not have a standing bid evaluation committee in the process. Each tender has a bid evaluation committee put together to evaluate that tender. We always request the end users that are technically knowledgeable to put the spec and evaluate on that spec to come together. The issues of suppliers that are put forward, we are having a challenge with regards to that. And yet, hence I am saying, and I've said earlier on, that we need a technology that will assist us. And we also are looking forward, we have put processes in place for professionalization of our people. We have already contacted National Treasury to make sure that National Treasury come and train all the possible beat evaluation committees in South African Police Service. They've referred us to National School of Government, and we have contacted them with that regards. We are serious about making sure that all this historical irregular expenditure, that did not happen in 1 year, it's historical, and we are in the position of clarifying and making sure that we have knowledgeable people that would be able to do that. Should this persist, then we would look at what then makes the irregularities that come at that time. But we have already engaged National Treasury to ensure that we check up. Not only National Treasury, we called in the bodies that govern procurement, such as SIPs and SAPICs, to come and speak to everybody in procurement from Colonel upwards to help them understand what the importance of ensuring that we've got sound governance and sound processes are, and what is it that they can assist us with, making sure that our knowledge gap with as procurement is jacked up. Procurement is not a static environment, it's fluid, and it is required that we have knowledgeable people in that space. I have already arranged that. They came and they did that. I have also solicited the work of the risk and compliance team to come and explain to us what are the things that we need to do in making sure that we identify the risks, specifically for people that are at various levels. And they did come, and that process we embarked upon in August. We have redefined our risks, and we are with that. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Fani, may you please stop speaking.
Kali, Chairperson, you have started.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
The time has expired. You must look at me, Doctor. I allocate 20 minutes per speaker. When 20 minutes expires, you stop speaking. Honorable members, it's 3 hours now from 2 o'clock. So we are going to break for 15 minutes. We will come back at 5 minutes past 5. Advocate Zikalal, I wanted to use the word "getuigskrif," which is a testimonial. I mistakenly used the word kennisgewing, which is a notification. The appropriate word is getuigskrif. It's a testimonial. So I get verbeter, meneer. Can we request the chief whip to instruct members to leave the house and come back at 5 minutes past 5? You want me to write to a letter, chief whip, and request you to instruct the members?